All right, what's up, people? Let's smoke some weed and talk about pirates, man. Sounds good to me. Hope it sounds like a plan to you, because that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Smoking weed and talking about pirates. We're continuing on with our book, The Pirates of Panama by John Esquemeling. The single and longest first-hand account that we have from a pirate or a buccaneer that sailed in those days with some of the most famous pirates on earth. We're just going to hang out and relax and continue on with Captain Morgan. I think we left off on chapter 11. We've still got quite a few chapters left on Captain Morgan. He had quite the run for a pirate in the Caribbean. There's a reason why everybody knows that one. And they have rum named after him and parades with him and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. What's up, TT? What's up, Mickey? Hope you're well. Hope everything's good with you guys tonight. I ended up with a little bit of time, so I figured we would continue on with our pirates. Get this bowl going here. Smoke it if you got it. Pack it up. Yeah, if you haven't heard the first and second episode, you might be a little bit lost. We'll do a quick recap as to the book that we're reading, who it was written by, and why that's important. But definitely go back and listen to the first two episodes. The first episode covers exactly that. You know, why is this book important? Who was it written by? How did he end up a pirate, right? The second episode, we start really cruising through the first couple of pirates that he sailed with. One of them being one of my favorite pirate tales, and that's Roque Basiliano. And then we also covered L'Olonois, a French pirate who's just bloodthirsty and met an incredibly violent, brutal end. He was a nasty piece of work. Then we went ahead and got started into the story of Captain Morgan towards the end of the second episode. So again, if you haven't heard the first two episodes, definitely go back, and I encourage you to check those out. What's this sound number uno, bro? What's up, Steve? Mickey says, sounded like a healthy lighter, skull, bro. Oh, my lighter. Yeah. Yeah, it's only a couple days old. It's still got that crispy flint to it, right? That little flick to it. Yeah, no doubt about it. But yeah, as promised, we'll do a quick recap on what it is that we're reading. If you missed the first couple episodes and you're just joining us, whether you're joining us now live or listening to this later, The Pirates of Panama by John Esquemeling, also known as Alexander John Esquemeling. He was known to be a Hollander, as they said. His is the only true and authentic long-form first-hand account of a buccaneer or pirate that sailed in the Caribbean. And not only that, he sailed with many of the most famous pirates that you've heard of. He was a barber surgeon. He sailed out of France in 1666 for Tortuga. And when he got there, he was sold. You know, he sailed there with the East India Company. The company went under, and they sold him to a terrible master that just treated him like, he almost died, just treated him like garbage, very roughly, barely fed him. And seeing as he was getting ready to die, his owner, or his master, either way you want to turn that phrase, instead of having a total loss by letting this slave die, he decided that he would sell him to a local surgeon at a loss, but at least he would get something out of it. Well, that Surgeon took in our pirate. Well, not yet. He wasn't a pirate yet, but he was already living amongst the Buccaneers on those farms and dealing with them and talking to them and learning from them. But in either case, they take our author, right? The surgeon takes our author, nurses him back to health, and over the course of a year, it says a year exactly, he trains him as an apprentice, as a barber surgeon. At the end of that year, he actually sets him free with the promise that when he or if he comes into any money, he will come back and pay that surgeon 100 pieces of 8 as a repayment for what he paid for him and for teaching him a trade. Well, when he set him free, he had nothing. He didn't even have shoes on his feet. He had a shirt and some pants, and that was about it, you know. But like I said, he did know people on the island there on Tortuga. And the very first thing he did was go right down to the docks and found a boatload full of pirates, and he joined up as one of the brethren of the coast, and they accepted him fully, and he began his sail. He came into contact with so many places that were just still raw and wild in the world, and he wrote about a lot of that. He drew a lot of great prints that were used later for map making. But I digress. So, as I mentioned before, in the beginning of the book, we get all of those descriptions of his sail to Tortuga, the people that he met, the earliest stories of the Buccaneers. We went over like the very, very first recorded act of piracy by the French hunters that became Buccaneers. We explained all of that, how they got their name. We moved on through the first couple of pirates, like I mentioned before, Rock Brasiliano being one of them, L'Olonois being another, and then we've moved into Captain Morgan. We covered in the last episode, you know, who Captain Morgan is, where he came from. Again, a quick rundown. He came from England. He was still young. He did not want to be a farmer like his family. He wanted adventure. He wanted to see the world, and he didn't care how it happened. He was very well aware that he was basically going to have to sell himself into servitude should he join a ship, especially that young. And when he went down to the docks again, you know, just like our author did, he went down there at about 14. He showed up on the docks and he asked where the ships were sailing to. And when he found one that was going to the Caribbean, he hopped at the chance and he sold himself into servitude. And when he got to the island of Jamaica, he was worked on a farm for a few years. What's up, foolish flock? You know, making contacts, learning. He was an amazing swordsman, even as a young man. It was something that he was trained in, so that not only was he respected even at 14, 15, 16 years old on the island as a great wielder of a sword, he would teach adults how to sword fight. He would later teach entire shiploads of pirates how to sword fight. It was really incredible. And there was a few tales of that when it comes to Captain Morgan, some of the wilder tales of swashbuckling with him and people that he trained. But like I say, we went through that. We went through the first, you know, how he eventually became a pirate. He joined, you know, the Brethren of the Coast. He had a really good run. People respected him. At the end of one particular, well, I guess it wasn't overly successful, really, the run that they went on, but there were a few occasions where he was able to show his merit. I guess that's a good way to put it. And a bunch of the guys came together, a bunch of the pirates came together, and they told him, hey, we would like to get a ship with you. You know, let's get our own boat. Let's go out and do some pirating ourselves, man. You know, let's be friends. Let's go into business. And you can be the captain. And that's exactly what they did. And when that, even that very first run that they went on with that boat, they were very successful. And as he started coming back into port with more and more goods and more tales of his pirating, some of the older pirates that had done very well in the past started to notice him. One in particular decided to take him under his wing and to do one more big push. He decided, he was going to retire, but he says, let's go and do this. I found a younger guy that even the old salty Buccaneers and the newer pirates all love. They all love this Captain Morgan. He's got some spark, right? And he's got some momentum. He says, let's do one more big push. So they gathered up like 30 ships full of people, and they went out. And this is the short version. Again, go and listen to the last couple of episodes, but just a quick recap on where we're at with Captain Morgan. While they were going out and preparing to do a big run on the coast of South America and the surrounding islands, Venezuela in particular, they came across a small group of islands that, that older successful pirate, the one that was leading this whole expedition, if you will, he decided he wanted to take this group of islands and create another pirate kingdom that would be even closer to South America. It'd be a hub almost, right, between the pirating waters over there and going back to Jamaica. You'd have another little kingdom there that you could stop off at and trade at. That whole thing went south quick. And the short version is that he went back and asked the governor of Jamaica for reinforcements. Is basically what he asked for, supplies and reinforcements. He says, listen, I have everybody I need to go pirating, but we found this place. We'd like to put it together. We'd like to get it going. I need more people and I need more supplies for that, right? So the governor says, you're fucking insane, right? He says, right now we're basically like at a time of peace. England will have me killed. Spain will send boats here to Jamaica to destroy, or completely destroy everything. You're fucking insane. I'm not getting involved in that, right? So a couple days later, this fucking pirate dies. He doesn't even make it back to the group of islands to tell like Captain Morgan that they got a no for an answer. None of that. He just straight up dies. And this is back in fucking, 1668. You can't call anyone a cell phone or no communication whatsoever. You better know where the boat is or know where these islands are, right? Where this guy came from, or you're going to have to wait for somebody to pull into port. And start trading messages that way. And even then you have to sail to them, right? So it took a while for these people to find out that the guy was dead. And they're going through all kinds of preparations. They're literally fighting the Spanish off because the Spanish, they're like making little runs on the coast. They're doing pirating while they're there, right? They're going down to parts of Venezuela like Maracaibo and stuff like that. Puerto del Principe was one of the towns that they had just got done fucking up. Or we're preparing to fuck up, but we did cover that in the last episode as well. Or send a message in a bottle, exactly, foolish flock. So yeah, they were that whole thing went south quick, and they did some more pirating. Once they had taken Puerto del Principe, they took a few other towns. Things got really hairy for them. They almost got stuck in this large bay. They had to outrun some ships, right? It just got really nasty, really hairy. There was a lot of battles. They had to go battle their way through different ambushes on a couple of the islands and stuff like there were a couple of beaches or cities rather. And at the end of it, all of the French that were there with them, right? You're talking about back then with these Buccaneers and the pirates. While there were certainly like mulattoes and Indians and different races of people, the predominant people that were there were French and English, right? sprinklings of like Germans and Hollanders and things like that. But there was a large group of French and a large group of English. Well, at the end of this whole first run with Captain Morgan, the French started counting, their share. They start splitting up the treasure, and the French are like, yo, man, this is bullshit, right? They're like, we just went through all that crazy stuff. Shit took literally forever. We basically got shit on, right? We did not really get much out of it at all. This is not enough. So we're leaving, is what the French told them. We're fucking out of here. Captain Morgan tried to tell them, listen, man, we've got more plans. We're going after more cities, right? This whole thing ended up getting jumbled and fucked up. Our leader died. We didn't know about it till it was too late. We wasted a bunch of time with those stupid islands fighting for them, and we lost people there. By the time we made it over here to the coasts and to the islands that we were going to pirate at, they already knew we were here because we were just fighting with the Spanish over those stupid fucking islands that dude wanted to take. He says, we're in good shape now. We actually have some money. Yeah, foolish flock. I'll answer that question in just a moment. Before we start the next chapter, I'm almost at the end of the recap. So Captain Morgan's telling the French, listen, man, things got off to a rocky start, and I wasn't exactly in charge. I'm in charge now, and we've got some money to start with, more than what we had when we left. We've got more cities to take. We've got more plans. The French are like, nah, man, we're cool. We're going to go do our own pirating, right? We're just going to go take care of business. Best of luck to you guys. Now, Foolish Flock says, isn't there another reason why pirates wore eye patches besides just losing an eye? Yeah, absolutely. They would use it for navigation at night. They would keep one eye covered and in darkness all the time. So, and then when they would want to look through a telescope, for example, or they wanted to look out at the sea, maybe they needed to try and read the currents in the water, right? They needed to try and read the tides. They were looking for certain constellations, certain stars. They would use that eye that had been perpetually covered and in darkness so that they could see better when it was dark. What's up, Ruben? So yeah, good question, man. Good question. Real good question. Your pupil would dilate, right? You'd be able to see light much better. It's much more sensitive to light, Mickey. Yeah, so we're going to get started on this chapter. I just got notified I'm going to have to step away for like 3 or 4 minutes. And when that happens, I'll let you know, but I'll be right back. So we're going to get started on chapter 11, which is Captain Morgan resolving to attack and plunder the city of Portobello, equips a fleet, and with little expense and small force takes it. Some may think that the French, having deserted Captain Morgan, the English alone could not have sufficient courage to attempt such great actions as before. But Captain Morgan, who always communicated vigor with his words, infused such spirit into his men as put them instantly upon new designs. They being all persuaded that the sole execution of his orders would be a certain means of obtaining great riches, which so influenced their minds that with unmatched courage, they all resolved to follow him, as did also a certain pirate from Campeche, who on this occasion joined with Captain Morgan to seek new fortunes under his conduct. Thus Captain Morgan in a few days gathered a fleet of 9 sail, either ships or great boats, wherein they had 460 military men. All things being ready, they put forth to sea. Captain Morgan imparting his design to nobody at present, he only told them on several occasions that he doubted not to make a good fortune by that voyage, if strange occurrences happened not. And so he says, unless something really wild happens and out of the ordinary, we're going to get paid. Right? That's the modern version of what this guy just said. Remember, if this is your first time listening now or later, I explained both times in both of the first two episodes that there are times where you will hear me pause going through this book because it is a firsthand account from a pirate that sailed right between 1666 and like 1672. There's a lot of very, very old English expressions, a lot of really weird old words in here. They are like very long and drawn out in their descriptions of things sometimes. So at times you'll hear me kind of reading through and like pause for a moment for a better way, like a more modern way to say something, or maybe a shorter version, right? To kind of sum it up. All right. They steered towards the continent, where they arrived in a few days near Costa Rica. All of their fleet was safe. No sooner had they discovered land, but Captain Morgan declared his intentions to the captains and presently after to the company. He told them he intended to plunder Puerto Bello by night, being resolved to put the whole city to the sack, and to encourage them, he added, this enterprise could not fail, seeing that he had kept it a secret until now without revealing it to anybody, whereby they could not have notice of his coming. It wasn't possible for them to know. To this proposition, some answered they had not a sufficient number of men to assault so strong and great a city. So some people were like, I don't know, man. I don't know if we have enough people to take that place. It's a pretty big city with a lot of people in it. They've got a lot of soldiers there, right? And Captain Morgan replied, if our number is small, our hearts are great. And the fewer persons we are, the more union and better shares we shall have in the spoil, right? So he says, look, man, we've got big hearts. We're badass. We've fought way bigger armies before, as a limited party of pirates, and we've shredded dudes, right? We constantly shred dudes. He goes, and think about it. The less of us there are, the bigger our shares of the treasure will be, right? And he says, we're going to put the whole city to the sack, dude. We're taking everything in this whole fucking city. We're taking the city. Hereupon, being stimulated with the hope of those vast riches they promised themselves from their success, they unanimously agreed to that design. Now, that my reader may better comprehend the boldness of this exploit, it may be necessary to say something beforehand of the city of Puerto Bello. And we're going to try and sum this up. But it says, this city is in the province of Costa Rica, 10 degrees north latitude, 14 leagues from the Gulf of Darien, and 8 westwards from the port called Nombre de Dios. It is judged the strongest place the King of Spain possesses in all of the West Indies, except Havana and Cartagena. Here there are 2 castles that are almost impregnable, that defend the city, situate at the entry of the port, so that no ship or boat can pass without permission. The garrison consists of 300 soldiers, and the town is inhabited by about 400 families. The merchants do not dwell there, but only reside a while. When the galleons come from or go back to Spain, by reason of the unhealthiness of the air at times of the year, occasioned by vapors from the mountains, so that though their chief warehouses are at Puerto Bello, their habitations are at Panama, whence they bring the plate upon mules. Now, when they say plate, they mean gold and silver, right? Anytime we're reading these stories with these pirates and they're actually talking about the planning of stuff or describing what places have, this isn't a fucking pirate movie. They're not going to call it booty, stuff like that. You hear when they're talking about metals, right? Gold, silver, things like they say plate. When they say jewels, they mean jewels, right? But when they're talking about gold bars and shit like that, that's not coined up, it's called plate. And what they're saying is this city, Puerto Bello, basically there's 2 fucking castles there, right? They're saying that it's the strongest city that the King of Spain has in all of the Caribbean, right? They're saying that there's two castles there, and one of them is literally right at the beach coming from the ocean down the little lock. I guess it would be like a lock, the way that they're describing it. Maybe it's a river that runs up beside the city, and then there's a castle that protects the city. So you can't even get off of the coast without checking in, basically, right? You have to pull up to this first castle that's full of soldiers and be like, hey, this is who I am. This is where I'm from. This is what I've got. This is why I'm here, right? So he says there's about, it's the strongest fortification that they have down there. He says that there's like 300 dedicated soldiers, two castles, and then there's 400 families there. And he says that the place is crazy rich and that the people that do business there only live there part of the year. And that's only the time that the galleons come from Spain to pick up all the treasure and leave and take it back home. All right, give me just a moment. I need about 4 minutes and I'll be right back. Hang tight, guys. And we're back. Told you that'd be quick. What's up, William Wallace? What are you doing, man? Hopefully you're well and everything's good with you. Smoking weed and talking about pirates tonight. Whatever you missed, you can catch on the replay. So let's see where we're at. Yeah, right. So we were describing Portobello, right? We know that there's two castles, one on the coast. So you can't even make it in to the river going up to the city without checking in. There's a second castle. There's a total of 300 soldiers, 400 families, and the families mainly live in Panama, which is a good travel distance away. They only come there to do business in Portobello certain times of the year when the galleons are coming in and out to pick up the treasure and take it back to Spain. They say it's the strongest of all of the king's cities outside of Havana and Cartagena. And I would say a third one behind that would be Panama, which later in this story, not this chapter, but much later in this story, gets taken. Panama does. It's one of the most incredible pirate tales that exists. It is the taking of Panama, the first time and the second time, but the first time is the most amazing. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead through here. We don't need to describe like the surroundings and stuff. Okay, Captain Morgan, who knew very well all the avenues of this city and the neighboring coasts very well, arrived in the dusk of the evening at Puerto de Neos, 10 leagues from the west of Puerto Bello. Being come there, they sailed up the river to another harbor called Puerto Pontin, where they anchored. Here they put themselves into boats and canoes, leaving in the ships only a few men to bring them next day to the port. About midnight, they came to a place called Estera Longa Lemos, where they all went on shore and marched by land to the first post of the city. They had in their company an Englishman, but he was formerly a prisoner in those parts. He now served us as a guide. To him and 3 or 4 more they gave commission to take the sentinel, if possible, or kill him on the place where they found him. Okay, so they're saying, right, a sentinel is somebody that's like a watch, somebody that's keeping watch. And they're saying they had like 3 or 4 of them whose job it was to spot these fucking people that were looking for them, and to either snipe them the fuck out or sneak up and kill them on the place where they're standing. It says, but they seized the first one so cunningly as he had no time to give warning with his musket or make any noise, and they brought him with his hands bound to Captain Morgan. So the first one they saw, they snatched up, and they brought directly to the captain. Captain Morgan asked him how things went in the city, and what other forces they had. With other circumstances, he desired to know. After every question, they made him 1,000 menaces to kill him if he declared not the truth. Then they advanced to the city, carrying the said sentinel bound before them. Having marched about 1/4 of a league, they came to the castle near the city, which presently they closely surrounded so that no person could get either in or out. Being posted under the walls of the castle, Captain Morgan commanded the sentinel, whom they had taken prisoner, to speak to those within, charging them to surrender to his discretion. Otherwise, they should all be cut in pieces without quarter. But they, regarding none of these threats, began instantly to fire upon the pirates, which alarmed the city. Yet notwithstanding, though, the governor and soldiers of the said castle made as great resistance as could be, they were forced to surrender. Having taken the castle, they resolved to be as good as their words, putting the Spaniards to the sword, thereby to strike a terror into the rest of the city. Whereupon, having shut up all the soldiers and officers as prisoners into one room, they set fire to the powder, whereof they found great quantity, and they blew up the castle into the air with all the Spaniards that were within it. Holy shit. Now it's a fucking party, right? So they sneak into the river in canoes, right? They leave their ships. They had 9 sail altogether. So they crept past the first castle, right, in their ships, and just kept sailing down the coast up until the next river. Tucked their boats in. Most of them got into canoes. They left a few people with each ship to keep them handy and to bring them down the river tomorrow once they'd secured the castle and taken everything over. They got in their canoes. They went down the river. They got past the first castle. They were taking out the watchmen, sniping them the fuck out, or creeping by on land and cutting their throat, running them through wherever they found them. But one of them they brought to the captain and made him walk in front of them once they got to the land. And he was basically interrogating him. You know, where's everybody at? How many people do you have? What's your cannon and, shot situation like? Marched him up there. They surrounded the castle. They told them, surrender now or we're going to fucking kill all of you. It's exactly what it says. It says, if you guys don't surrender, we're going to cut you all to pieces and we're going to offer no quarter. Right? And when pirates say no quarter, that means no discussion. Right? There's no bartering. There's no deals to be made. We're just going to kill you and take everything you have. It's not a discussion. And that's what they told him. Captain Morgan told those people inside the castle, surrender now. give up, or we're going to fucking slaughter all of you and run you through, cut you to pieces with no quarter. And they started firing on them instantly. The Spanish started firing down on the pirates instantly. The pirates were like, okay, motherfucker, here we go. They got in there and they started slaying everybody. The whole town went into an uproar. They gathered all the Spanish up together, put them in a couple of rooms, tied them up, sealed them in there, and they set the fucking castle on fire. So there's that. All right. Let's continue on. Let me find my place here. Actually, you know what? Let me hit my fucking bowl first, and then we'll keep reading. We're smoking weed and talking about pirates. We can't forget about half of that, right? Let me get this thing packed up. And then we're going to continue on with this badass story of Captain Morgan and 9 ships full of pirates taking over the city of Portobello and robbing them blind. And piracy was a nasty business, man. These weren't the motherfuckers in Peter Pan, you know what I mean? These guys would torture the living shit out of you and everybody around you just for your last gold piece. That shit was not a game. These people came to party. They came to dance, and you weren't invited. Problem was they were in your town, so you had to leave or die because you weren't going to win. You just weren't going to win. These people were like locusts. Took everything the fuck out. What's up, Maureen? All right. Let's hit this bowl. There we go. Much better. Now I feel like I can continue. Oh, yeah, the pirates always had plenty of weed and booze. No doubt about it, Mickey. No doubt about it. They had a lot of cocaine, too. You know? And a lot of crazy shit like that. All right, let's find my place here. All right, let's see. Haven't taken the castle. Blew it up. All right, this done. After they blew up the castle with everybody in it, they pursued the course of their victory, falling upon the city itself, which as yet was not ready to receive them. Many of the inhabitants cast their precious jewels and money into wells and cisterns, or hid them in places underground to avoid as much as possible being totally robbed. One of the parties of pirates assigned to this purpose ran immediately to the cloisters and took as many religious men and women as they could find. The governor of the city, not being able to rally the citizens, through their great confusion retired to one of the castles remaining, and thence fired incessantly at the pirates. But these were not in the least negligent either to assault him back or defend themselves, so that amidst the horror of the assault, they made very few shots in vain. For aiming with great dexterity, as all buccaneers do, at the mouths of the guns, the Spaniards were certain to lose 1 or 2 men every single time they charged their guns anew. So they're saying the buccaneers don't miss, and we talked about this in earlier episodes of this show too. The buccaneers, these old buccaneers, they were the original hunters on these islands, and they hunted with these crazy long rifles, man, and they were very skilled. They hunted every day, all day, for months and months and months at a time, and would only come back just like right. Remember, these guys became the pirates. So think about this: when the Frenchmen that were the original buccaneers, they would be out in the woods for months and months and months, hunting and making these hides, and they would come in, sell everything, have a pile of money, and just party and fucking go insane in Tortuga, right, for a few days until they were broke, and then they would go out hunting again. But these guys did not miss, right? When they fired their fucking gun, they hit shit. And we've talked about that in prior episodes where they were, there was a limited number of pirates and a great number of Spanish, but the buccaneers were just laying bitches down with their rifles, man. And it's saying, that as they went through the city, the citizens were frantic. They were trying to throw their goods down into wells, trying to hide the shit underground, right? Um, they had certain groups of pirates whose job it was to kind of like follow behind them, make sure that some of them weren't doing it, try and recover some of those things. One of them went and gathered up all the religious people to try and use them as, bartering chips with the rest of the soldiers that had now gathered in the city, the second city castle. And they said, but they in the beginning they said there's only two main castles, so I'm thinking this is just like a fortified building of some kind when they're talking about what where the last hurrah kind of went down, right? Where these people went and tried to hide. But it says when they got in there, they started firing upon the pirates from behind the walls that pissed them off. And the Buccaneers started just sniping everybody that was at the guns, right? So I guess we're imagining that these few Spanish that were left were literally behind cannons, shooting through slots in a wall, and the Buccaneers were just sniping those dudes that were at the guns. And it says that they really didn't miss. It was a pretty long way to say it. It says, with great dexterity at the mouths of the guns, the Spaniards were certain to lose one or two men every time the Buccaneers charged their gun anew. This continued very furious from break of day until noon. About this time of day, the case was very dubious which party should conquer or be conquered. At last, the pirates, perceiving they had lost many men and yet advanced but little towards gaining either this or the other castle, made use of fireballs, which they threw with their hands, designing to burn the doors of the castles. Okay, so I guess they didn't take that second. We are talking about the second city castle. Okay. And now they're throwing fireballs at the doors, trying to catch the doors on fire to this castle. But the Spaniards from the walls let fall great quantities of stones and earthen pots full of powder and other combustible matter, which forced them to desist. Oh, I guess so. I guess you get the hell away from the wall pretty quick, right? They're throwing down like boulders and like combustible matter and shit like that. That's nuts, man. Captain Morgan, seeing this generous defense made by the Spaniards, began to despair of success. Hereupon, many faint and calm meditations came into his mind. Neither could he determine which way to turn himself in that strait. Being thus puzzled, he was suddenly animated to continue the assault by seeing English colors put forth at one of the lesser castles, then entered by his men. Okay, cool. So pirates got into one of the lesser castles. They're flying the fucking flag there. Captain Morgan sees that. He starts to get a little more hope. That's good. This instantly put him on new resolutions of taking the rest of the castles. So there was more. I guess there was like a bunch of mini castles, like the two main ones. It's hard to keep track. So we're just going to keep going. Every time they say castle, we're going to say castle. Fuck trying to figure out how many of them there actually are. This instantly put him on new resolutions of taking the rest of the castles, especially seeing the chiefest of the citizens were fled to them and had conveyed with them great parts of their riches, with all the plate belonging to the churches and divine services as well. To this effect, he ordered 10 or 12 ladders to be made in all haste, so broad that 3 or 4 men at once might descend them. Okay, so now he's going to build a bunch of ladders that are wide enough for 3 or 4 people to climb up at the same time. These being finished, he commanded all of the religious men and women whom he had taken prisoners to fix them against the walls of the castle. This he had before threatened the governor to do if he delivered not the castle. Okay, so he said, if you don't deliver the castle and surrender, I'm going to fucking put all your religious men and women up on these ladders. Let's see what he does next. The governor told him he would never surrender himself alive. Captain Morgan was persuaded the governor would not employ his utmost force, seeing the religious women and ecclesiastical persons exposed to or on the front of the ladders. to the greatest danger. So he says there's no way this guy's going to kill all his religious people. That's, again, a long way to say that. He just says, dude, if I put your religious people and religious women like your nuns and stuff up on top of these fucking ladders, there's no way you're going to use your greatest force against me, right? There's no way you're going to put them in that great danger. Thus the ladders, as I have said Captain Morgan, were put into the hands of religious persons of both sexes. These were forced at the head of the companies to raise and apply them to the walls, but Captain Morgan was fully deceived in his judgment of this design, for the governor, who acted like a brave soldier in performance of his duty, used his utmost endeavor to destroy whoever came near the walls. The religious men and women ceased not to cry to him and beg of him by all the saints of heaven to deliver the castle and spare both his and their own lives. But nothing could prevail with his obstinacy and fierceness. Thus, many of the religious men and nuns were killed before they could fix the ladders, which at last being done, though with great loss of the said religious people, the great numbers, and with not having fireballs in their hands and earthen pots full of powder, all which things being now at the top of the walls, they kindled and cast in among the Spaniards. Dude, that shit's intense, man. Let me just sip my drink. Yeah, that shit's intense, man. So he had a bunch of ladders built wide enough that 3 or 4 people could climb up them at the same time. He told the fucking governor, I'm putting your religious people. What's up, JS? Always good to see you, man. He told the governor, I'm putting your religious women, your nuns, your priests, all your ecclesiastical people, I'm putting them up the ladders. So, don't be going insane. Don't be firing all your, cannons and all kinds of crazy shit. We are coming in there. I told you had your chance to surrender. We're coming in behind the church people. The governor said, fuck that. Fangul, all that. Kill the nuns, kill the preachers. I don't give a fuck. He told his soldiers, anybody touches this wall, you kill them, right? So the pirates were like, all right, man, if that's what you want to do. They let them kill all the religious people. And they drug them off the ladders, and the pirates just stormed over the walls, grabbing all of that shit that they were throwing down on them and started casting it down onto the Spaniards that were trapped inside the castle walls now. The pirates just started overflowing off of those ladders over their walls, man. It says this effort of the pirates was very great, insomuch that the Spaniards could no longer resist nor defend the castle which was now entered. Hereupon they all threw down their arms and craved quarter for their lives. Only the governor of the city would crave no mercy, but killed many of the pirates with his own hands, and not a few of his own soldiers, because they did not stand to their arms. So this governor's fucking lost it, dude. He's like, I'm still not giving up. And not only am I killing pirates today, I'm killing coward Spanish that didn't stand their ground and fight pirates. I'll kill you if you run from a pirate. That's wild, man. It says, though the pirates asked him over and over and over again if he would have quarter, he constantly answered, by no means. I had rather die as a valiant soldier than be hanged as a coward. They endeavored as much as they could take him prisoner, but he defended himself so obstinately that they were forced to finally kill him, notwithstanding all the cries and tears of his own wife and their daughter, who begged him on their knees to demand quarter and save his life. Okay, so that makes sense. That's why the pirates gave this guy so many chances. His fucking wife and daughter were standing there begging him, dude, just take the mercy. Just fucking back up. There's hundreds of these pirates. You're the only one left. Why are you still swinging your sword, right? His wife and daughter are like, stop. Fucking chill out, dude. Just fucking stop. And he says, no, they're going to have to fucking kill me. And the pirates are like, bro, your wife and daughter are right there. Don't make us do this. This sucks, man. We're trying to let you live, dude. We're not trying to do this. You know what I mean? We won already. Fucking, you need to relax. Put your sword down. And the guy wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So while his fucking poor wife and daughter is screaming at him, the pirates ended up having to just clip him. I mean, what are you supposed to do? That shit's crazy, man. What a fucking nut. When the pirates had possessed themselves of the castle, which was about nightfall, they enclosed therein all of the prisoners, placing the women and men by themselves with some guards. The wounded were put in an apartment by itself, that their own complaints might be the cure of their diseases, for no other was afforded them. Damn, that's brutal, dude. That's brutal. They took all the injured and put them into one apartment together and said that your own complaints will be your cure for your diseases because no other is going to be afforded to you. That shit is brutal, dude. That shit's brutal. You're not getting any fucking medicine or Tylenol, so hopefully your complaints will cure you. Fuck off. That's nuts, man. Here we go. It's nightfall. They've got all the prisoners locked up. They got all the injured locked up. They can't hear them bitching. And it says, this done, the pirates fell to eating and drinking and committing in both all manner of debauchery and excess, so that 50 courageous men might easily have retaken the city and killed all of the pirates at that time. So he just said they fucking started partying and throwing down, getting, doing debauchery. And it says that they were so fucked up that a party of only 50 men could have taken them the fuck out that night. It says they got so fucked up that only 50 dudes could have probably come through there and just killed them all. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty drunk. But if you think about it, the whole town is theirs, right? So it's like however much wine, however much rum, however much this, beer, whatever, the ale, whatever the hell, right? There was probably like incredible amounts of food, incredible amounts of drink, all they'd want, right? Because they're not trying to live there and make this stuff last. Like it says, it was debauchery and excess. They just started eating everything and drinking everything and getting mad, fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, sleeping with whoas, all that kind of shit. Yeah. But it says that 50 courageous men might easily have retaken the city and killed all of the pirates. They were so fucked up. That's crazy. Next day, having plundered all they could find, they examined some of the prisoners who had been persuaded by their companions to say that there were riches of the town, charging the people severely to discover where they had hid their riches and goods, right? 'Cause remember, they said they had people running around throwing their stuff in wells, burying their shit underground. It says, not being able to extort anything from them, they not being the right people, it was resolved to torture them. Here we go. It's pirate time. This they did so cruelly that many of them died on the rack or presently after. Now, the president of Panama was being advertised of the pillage and ruin of Portobello. Okay, so the president of Panama is now being told about everything that's happening in Portobello. He employed all of his care and industry to raise forces to pursue and cast out the pirates, but these cared little for his preparations, having their ships at hand and determining to fire the city and retreat. So the pirates are like, we don't give a fuck if this dude's coming. We're about to set this whole fucking place on fire and we're going to be out, dude. Right? They're like, we stole everything. Yeah, we fucked these guys up. We took everything. We took everything from these motherfuckers, dude. We ate all their food. We drank all their wine. And yeah, we'll be gone by the time you get here, bro. That's too funny. They had now been at Portobello 15 days, in which time they had lost many of their men, both by the unhealthiness of the country and their extravagant debaucheries. Hereupon they prepared to depart, carrying on board all of the pillage that they had got, having first provided the fleet with sufficient victuals for the voyage. So victuals is food and drink, for anybody that doesn't know that old-timey word. While these things were doing, Captain Morgan demanded of the prisoners a ransom for the city, or else he would burn it down. Classic, right? Lolonois did that shit. Morgan and that other pirate that he originally got into this business with that was already successful, he used to do this stuff. They're like, okay, we stole everything from your town, we're pretty sure, but just to make sure, we're going to put a ransom on the town. If you guys can come up with another $10,000, we won't set your fucking town on fire. But if you guys are really broke and we really did get it all, we're just going to set this place on fire. Right? This shit's cold, man. This shit's cold. This is how the pirates did it. Yep. So they carried on board all the pillage that they got all the food and drink that they needed for their voyage. And while all that stuff was being prepared, Captain Morgan went over and said, "Hey guys, we're gonna burn your fucking city down, and we're gonna blow up all your castles." Right? So he says, Morgan demanded of the prisoners a ransom for the city, or else he would burn it down and blow up all of the castles. Withal, he commanded them to send speedily 2 people to procure the sum of 100,000 pieces of 8. To this effect, 2 men were sent to the president of Panama, who gave him an account of it all. The president, having now a body of men ready, set forth towards Portobello to encounter the pirates before their retreat. But they, hearing of his coming, instead of flying away, went out to meet him at a narrow passage which he must pass. So the pirates are like, okay, cool. You want some? Okay, if you're coming, bro, like we told you, we wanted 100,000 pieces of 8. We were going to burn this fucking city down. And what we're hearing is you're not going to pay and you want to fight. And the pirates are like, not only are we not leaving, we're going to march towards you and make you meet us at a place that we want to meet. And we're going to slaughter you motherfuckers and take your money anyway. How'll that be? This shit's amazing. Dude, I love these stories so much. Okay, so they, hearing of his coming, right, the governor of Panama, the pirates heard that he's coming. Instead of flying away, they went out to meet him in a narrow passage which he must pass. Here they placed 100 men, very well armed, which at the first encounter put to flight a good party of those of Panama. So the first encounter right away, when the first party of the people from Panama were coming down the road and came across this first 100 pirates, the pirates just spanked their fucking ass and sent them running back home. This obliged the president of Panama to retire for that time, so he bitched out and ran too, not being yet in a posture of strength to proceed any further against the pirates. Presently after, he sent a message to Captain Morgan to tell him that if he departed not suddenly with all of his forces from Portobello, he ought to expect no quarter for himself nor his companions when he should take them, as he hoped soon to do. So this fucking punk ass bitch, the governor of Panama, he turned tail and ran, and had the nerve to write a letter back to Captain Morgan talking shit, saying, if you don't get the fuck out of here and do it quick, then there's not going to be any quarter for you or your men when I come back with a bunch more guys and kick your ass, right? He says, we're going to come back there and fucking kill all of you if you don't get the fuck out of there. Captain Morgan, who feared not his threats, knowing he had a secure retreat in his ships, which were at hand, answered he would not deliver the castles before he had received the contribution money he had demanded, which if it were not paid down, he would certainly burn the whole city and then leave it, demolishing beforehand the castles and killing all of the prisoners. Dude, Captain Morgan's badass. He's like, okay, bro, look, we just ran you guys the fuck off. And now you want to write me a letter to talk shit like a punk bitch? Like, I was there, bro. You should have just come seen me, right? He's like, why don't you just come see me? I was standing out there, dude. All you had to do was come and, hey, man, what's up? I'm the governor of Panama. Nah, you fucking ran like a bitch. He's like, so I'll tell you what, if I don't get my money, I'm still going to burn this place to the fucking ground. But on top of it, I'm going to kill I'm just going to kill all the people. Because I'll kill everybody. Fuck it. Give me my money. I'm burning this place to the ground and I'm going to kill everybody too. This dude is fucking off his dude is off his rocker. That's how these pirates got down. Shit was not a joke, man. They said half of those people they tortured died on the rack. That is mad fucked up. Okay, so he tells him, Fengul, give me my money or I'm killing everybody and setting this bitch on fire and blowing up your castles. The governor of Panama, perceived by this answer that no means would serve to nullify the hearts of the pirates, nor reduce them to reason. Hereupon he determined to leave them, as also those of the city whom he came to relieve, involved in the difficulties of making the best agreement they could. Thus, in a few days more, the miserable citizens finally gathered contributions required and brought 100,000 pieces of eight to the pirates for a ransom of their cruel captivity. Dude, that governor of Panama's a bitch. So he writes a letter talking shit. Captain Morgan calls him on his shit and says, fuck you, you're a bitch. I want my money or I'm setting this whole bitch on fire and killing everybody. And the fucking dude, the governor of Panama didn't even write him back. He was just like, all right, fine, he wins. I guess those people over there in Portobello are on their own after all. Nothing I can do to help you. Sorry, bye. So the fucking people that were being held prisoner in Portobello had to go out and dig up all their money that they had hid. And bring the pirates another $100,000 because Panama fucking left them there. Panama straight bitch made. That shit's amazing. But they came up with the money, right? Captain Morgan's like, I know somebody around here's got my $100,000. Somebody's got my $100,000. One of you motherfuckers better go get my $100,000. Everybody's gonna die. Oh, you got my money now? Cool. This shit's amazing. All right, so, but the president of Panama was much amazed to consider that 400 men could take such a great city with so many strong castles, especially having no ordnance wherewith to raise batteries. And what was more, knowing the citizens of Portobello had always great repute of being good soldiers themselves, and who never were in want for courage in their own defense. Okay, so the governor of Panama is going, dude, how the fuck did 400 pirates take this huge city full of soldiers, dude? Like, we had garrisons of soldiers, right? We had castles full of soldiers, but then all the people that are in Portobello are known for being tough, and like a lot of them are soldiers too, and they fight and they're courageous, right? They don't back down. He goes, and the pirates didn't even have cannons with them. He goes, they didn't have like anything where they weren't building, battery and nothing like that. They just had rifles and swords, dude, and they just fucked us up. He's like, how does this happen? This astonishment was so great as made him send to Captain Morgan, desiring some small pattern of those arms wherewith he had taken with such vigor to great a city. Okay, let me break that into basic language. So this dude's weird, bro. The governor of Panama he's all astonished. He's wondering to himself, how did this small group of pirates take such great a city, right? With all of the things we have already mentioned going for it. And he writes Captain Morgan a letter and says, hey man, what you did was so impressive. I'm so impressed by you. Will you send me like one of the guns, or like maybe one of the guns and a couple of the swords that you used to take the city I can have for souvenirs? What a fucking weirdo. Yeah, he asked for a small bit of those arms wherewith he had taken with such vigor so great a city. Captain Morgan received this messenger very kindly and with great civility, and gave him a pistol and a few small bullets to carry back to the president, his master, telling him he desired him to accept that slender amount of arms wherewith he had taken Portobello, and keep them for a 12-month, after which time he promised to come to Panama and fetch them away. Damn. So dude fucking wrote him a letter saying, I'm so impressed by you. What you did was so amazing. Will you please send me one of the pistols and some swords that you used to take that city? And Captain Morgan was like, oh, dude, no problem. Here's a pistol and a handful of bullets. You hang on to those things for a year, and in a year, I'm going to come see about that shit and get them back from you. How about that? That shit's amazing, dude. That is fucking hilarious. He was like, yeah, bro, you can have those, but you hang on to me. I'm going to be seeing you, right? I'm going to be seeing you. I'm going to come over to your town. I'm coming to Panama. I'm going to come take your fucking town next. I'll see you in a year. You hang on to those for me. That shit's amazing. Captain Morgan was a fucking badass, man. This dude, and he had a great sense of humor, didn't he? What's up, Sharon? Yeah, he had a great sense of humor, didn't he? I think he did. I think he had a lot of charisma. I think he had fun with being a pirate, right? Because he was toying with this dude like food. He's just like, you're a bitch. I'm not trying to hear any of your bitch made shit. Oh, now that's weird, bro. Now you're simping. Okay, cool, bro. You want to be a simp? I got something for you, bro. Here, you take that. You hang on to it for me. You be excited about that. You smile for a while because I'll see you in a year when I come take your city and fuck your shit up. That's funny to me. He had a great sense of humor. All right, let's get back to it. Okay. He promised to come to Panama and fetch them away. Okay. The governor returned the present very soon to Captain Morgan, giving him thanks for the favor of lending him such weapons as he needed not, and withal sent him a ring of gold with this message, that he desired him not to give himself the labor of coming to Panama, as he had done to Portobello, for he did assure him he should not speed so well there as he had done there. So he says, here, man, here's a gold ring, right? The governor of Panama got slick and sent him a gold ring back and said, hey, man, thanks for the guns. You take this ring. This is gold from Panama. Just have that. Be content with that. Don't come over here with your bullshit because you're not going to just stomp us like you stomped them, right? So they're going back and forth. It's actually pretty funny. And they're doing it like in a gentlemanly kind of way. But I will still say the governor of Panama is bitch made. He ran the first time in the very first encounter. What the fuck is that? And they only faced off against 100 of the 400 pirates that he's amazed by, right? So they ran into the first set of 100 pirates and they turned around and fucking ran. And then he wrote a letter being a little bitch. But because Captain Morgan was classy and just toyed with him and had some fun, the guy, I guess, wrote him back and had some fun too. But he's still a bitch made, dude. That guy's... his city needs to get taken, and eventually it does. I can't wait to get to that part in the story. Okay, so after that, Captain Morgan, having provided his fleet with all necessaries and taken with him the best guns of the castles, nailing up the rest, they set sail from Portobello with all of his ships and arrived in a few days at Cuba. He sought out a place wherein he might quickly make the dividend of their spoil. They found in ready money 250,000 pieces of eight, besides other merchandises as cloth, linen, silks, etc. With this rich purchase, they sailed thence to their common place of rendezvous in Jamaica. Being arrived, they passed here some time in all sorts of vices and debaucheries, according to their custom, spending very large amounts of money very quickly, and spending often what others had gained with no small labor and toil. So they sailed the fuck out of there. They had 250 grand ready coin, and then they had all kinds of commodities that they sold at the port. And then they went into Jamaica and just partied. They did their pirate thing, man. They just partied. Yeah, it says they spent all their money in large amounts on vices and debaucheries, according to their custom, as it says right here. Yep. And that's the end of chapter 11. We're going to be heading into chapter 12, which is called Captain Morgan Takes the City of Maracaibo on the coast of Nueva Venezuela. Piracies committed in those seas, ruin of 3 Spanish ships, and they set forth to hinder the robberies of the pirates. So remember, these old books have really long titles, and so do the chapters. Yeah, these guys were fucking wild. Yeah. They went and took that whole city, punked out the governor of another city, ransomed their city, still stole all their guns, sailed the fuck out of there, went to Cuba, hung out for a while so they could split their money and kick it for a little while after their all that shit. So they took like a little mini vacation before they went to port, sold off all the shit they stole, split that up too, and then everybody went their own way to go spend their money on vices and debauchery. A pirate's life for me. Pretty awesome. Now they're getting ready to do their plans to go take Maracaibo and hunt down some ships that are hunting them. Yeah, foolish flock, punked them out hard too. That's true, man. Punked them out hard. Yep, they took that city and fucked everybody up. Threw everybody in a cage, right? Threw everybody in cells. And then drank all their liquor and ate all their food and partied. And so they got so wasted the first night that they took the city that 50 healthy, sober men could have come in there and killed every one of those 400 pirates. And I believe that. They probably were so fucking wasted that night that you probably could have taken them with 50 guys. It's pretty funny. Yeah, but the next day, they hear word that Governor of Panama wants to come in person and fight, right? And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Well, we told you we wanted money. If you're not sending the money and you're coming to fight, then we're just going to come see you in person. And they started marching towards him. They didn't run away. They didn't get in their fucking ships and go, you know what? We got what we got. Let's go hit another place. Nope. They were like, oh, fuck this dude. You want to fucking come talk shit? Let's go, bro. You better have our money. And they only put 100 of the pirates there at that first stop. And those guys turned tail and ran the fuck back to Panama. And that guy had the nerve to write a letter talking shit. And Captain Morgan just played with him and had a good time with him. It was like, I'll be seeing you, motherfucker. I'll be seeing you. Yep. And then split up all that money. Chilled out on a beach in Cuba, sailed into Jamaica, sold all their stuff off, and just partied and owned Jamaica, man. It's wild. All right, chapter 12. Like I said, they're going to take Maracaibo, which is right on the coast of Venezuela. Some other piracies committed in those seas, and then their ruin of 3 Spanish ships that were out looking for them. Not long after their arrival at Jamaica, being that short time they needed to lavish away all the riches above mentioned, they concluded on another enterprise to seek new fortunes. To this effect, Captain Morgan ordered all the commanders of his ships to meet at De La Vaca, or the Cow Isle, south of Hispaniola, as I said. Now, anybody you want, you should look this up. It's a beautiful island, and you're going to hear about this island several times over the next bunch of chapters. This was the spot. When I say Hispaniola, it means Haiti. If you're not familiar with Istanbul was Constantinople type shit, you know what I'm saying? Hispaniola is Haiti. So if you look up Cow Island or Cow Isle or Cow Island, you will find it. Maybe type in Haiti next to it. You can, if you're good on your Spanish, you'll find it immediately if you type in Isla de la Vaca, right? And then Haiti. But this is where pirates gathered when they put out the word that they were going to go a-pirating, right? When these pirates, like Captain Morgan, were putting together something big and they wanted to put out word for people to come and join the legions, they would literally send out word from Jamaica or from Tortuga and say, hey, anybody that wants to set sail, meet at this place on this day or this week. and we're all going to get together and plan, right? Because remember, this is a brethren. It's the brethren of the coast. This is a very real thing. It's the old salty buccaneers. It's the seasoned pirates and captains, and then the ones that are still becoming pirates, you know, at that time, like day by day, week by week. So if you were a member of the brethren of the coast and you abided by these rules and you belonged to a ship, if you heard somebody put the word out for a sale, you could go and meet at that place at that time or that week and be brought into the plan and have a vote just like anybody else and go and do your robbing and your torturing and your killing and your debauchery and your vices and excess, and you would get your share. And this island is the island where you would meet when the word was put out by these pirates like Captain Morgan. They'd say, hey, meet at Isla de la Vaca, right? Or Cow Isle or Cow Island off the coast of Haiti. Let's meet there. It's got it's a beautiful fucking island, dude. It's small. It's got this beautiful water all around it, especially like this bay where all the pirate, and it's cool. If you look at pictures of it now, you can just imagine it literally being filled with dozens of pirate ships and all of the pirates that would have been on land, like walking around while this was all happening. It's fucking crazy to think about, but it's all true, and you can check that out for yourself. Okay. So the top of this, the short version was they spent most of their money in a very short time. So they lavished away all of their riches that we mentioned above in a short time. They decided they needed to go on another enterprise to seek new fortunes. To this effect, Captain Morgan ordered all of the commanders of his ships to meet at De la Vaca or Cow Isle south of Hispaniola and put out word to anyone else who wanted to join the party. As is said, hither flocked to them great numbers of other pirates, French and English. The name of Captain Morgan being now famous in all of the neighboring countries for his great enterprises. There was then at Jamaica an English ship newly come from New England, well mounted with 36 guns. This vessel, by order of the governor of Jamaica, joined Captain Morgan to strengthen his fleet and give him greater courage to attempt mighty things. With this supply, Captain Morgan judged himself sufficiently strong, but there being in the same place another great vessel of 24 iron guns and 12 brass ones belonging to the French, Captain Morgan endeavored also to join this ship to his own, but the French not dared to trust the English, denied absolutely to consent. So that is pretty wild, though, in either case, that Captain Morgan puts out word to all of his commanders, right, the people on his direct team. I think that said that they had 9 sail last. Let's say that maybe they have a dozen sails. Say he's got a dozen commanders. He tells them, hey, we're going to go on another run, rob some more shit, meet up at Isla de la Vaca, right? Meet up at Cow Island. And he says, put out word to anybody else that wants to come and join. This is going to be a big job. The governor of Jamaica hears about it and says, hey, Captain Morgan, there's an English ship in the harbor right now from New England. It's got 36 guns on it. It's a fucking badass ship. I'm going to order, it says, by order of the governor of Jamaica, that boat joined Captain Morgan to strengthen his fleet. So the governor of Jamaica was like, hey, man, you're my boy. You get us fucking paid and you bring all kinds of shit in here. Nobody fucks with us. You're like on the rise, right? He goes, I'm going to make this dude, I'm going to order this dude to take his boat and add it to your fleet to help you out. It's pretty fucking badass, man. All right, let's see. I'm going to skip through some. They're like doing some descriptions of things I got to skip through real quick. All right, let's see. Okay, I think I found where we can start now. All right, let's see. I shall instantly. Captain Morgan, presently after he had taken some French prisoners, called a council to deliberate which place they should first pitch upon in their new expedition. Here it was determined to go to the Isle of Savona to wait for the flota, then expected from Spain, and take any of the Spanish vessels straggling from the rest. This resolution being taken, they began aboard the great ship to feast one another for joy of their new voyage and happy counsel, as they hoped. They drank many healths and discharged many guns, the common sign of mirth among seamen. Most of the men being drunk, by what accident is not known, the ship suddenly was blown up with 350 Englishmen besides the French prisoners in the hold, all of which were there escaped but 30 men, who were in the great cabin, at some distance from the main force of the powder. Many more, it is thought, might have escaped had they not been so overtaken with wine. So, dude, think about this. All of those pirate ships meet up in the bay of Cow Island. All of like the commanders and the head people get together and they meet. Okay, this is a big meeting of like the captains and the brethren of the coast. One of them wants to go after the Spanish ships filled with treasure, right? They're sailing through the Caribbean, up the coast of Florida, and then back to Spain, and they're filled with treasure. And then one of them says, hey, why don't we just grab the slowest boat or try and knock one away from the rest? We'll get a straggler, right? We'll watch them, see if we can grab a straggler or a slow one. That's plenty of treasure. We'll get paid. They all say, cool. Sounds like a fine plan to us, right? Most of them get onto what they call the great ship, right? So they get on the biggest ship. They all start drinking and eating, having a good time. They're partying, right? It says they began aboard the great ship to feast one another for joy of their new voyage and happy counsel. Happy counsel as they hoped. They drank many healths and discharged many guns. So they got all fucking drunk and fucked up, started shooting their cannons around. It says the common sign of mirth among the sailors and stuff. Then there was an accident near the powder that caught it and it lit and it blew the fucking ship the fuck up. Captain Morgan and 29 other people survived. It said that there was everybody died but 30 of them who were in the great cabin at some distance from the main force of the powder. That shit would have been insane to see, dude. 1668-ish, chilling in the bay of Isla de la Vaca, or the Cow Island. The bay literally filled with dozens and dozens of pirate ships. There's pirates all over the place on that small island. Like, you know that all of the most important captains are together in the great room of the great ship. They're all eating and drinking together in there. Captain Morgan and all these other pirates from the Brethren of the Coast. And then all of a sudden, that ship with all of the main leaders on it fucking explodes because the powder caught. Everybody was all drunk and fucked up and shooting guns, and they blew themselves the fuck up. And only that leadership that was in that great room, the 30 main like captains that were in that room, only they lived. You know, it says it shot them into the air. That would have been incredible. Been totally fucked up. What's up, KD? Yeah, that would have been insane to see for real. All right, let me hit my bowl real quick and then we'll keep going. Foolish Vlog says, wow, guns and alcohol never mix well. Morgan says, did they all die from the explosion or drowning? I'd say it was a mix of both, because I'll tell you why. I'll read part of it again for you. Let me go back up here real quick. It says that the ship suddenly was blown up with 350 Englishmen besides the French prisoners in the hold. So those people, if they were not killed by the blast, would have drowned, right? Let's be real. If you got 350 fucking people plus French prisoners on this great ship, let's say there's 25 of them, right? That's 375 people. Only 30 lived. And it says, again, I'm going to read that part for you too. The 30 men that lived were in the great cabin at some distance from the main force of the powder. Many more, it is thought, might have escaped had they not been so much overtaken with wine. Because remember, these dudes were mad fucked up. Remember, Captain Morgan put out the call to all the pirates in the kingdom, in the Caribbean, right, everywhere in the Caribbean, put it that way. He says, hey, I'm putting together a big job. He tells his dozen commanders of his ships, he says, hey, you guys go to the bay at Cow Island. Hang out there. I'm putting out word for everybody to meet there soon. When they do, he gets there in the great ship, the biggest one of the armada, the pirate armada now at this point, because there's dozens of pirate ships there. There's hundreds of pirates there. And this is a small island with a big bay, remember? So and you can look up pictures of this place. Again, it's off the coast of Haiti. It's called Cow Island or Isla de la Vaca, however you want to do it, English or Spanish. It's a beautiful island, but that island would have had hundreds of pirates on it, and so would the ships in that bay. So they're all hanging out. They figure out what they want to do. They said, we're going to go after this straggler from the fucking flota, right? The Spanish flota. They're going to go after a galleon. They're going to go after the slowest one, try and pick one off. Everybody agrees on that. They say, cool, let's party. They go onto the great ship. All the main commanders are in one room. Everybody else dies when the fucking powder gets lit, because they were all drunk, eating, partying, shooting off cannons. Yep, they just blew that place up, man. And it says these guys went flying in the air too. All right, let me get down here real quick. Let me find my place. Hang on. All right, 8 days after the loss of the ship, Captain Morgan commanded the bodies of the miserable wretches who were blown up to be searched for as they floated atop the sea. That's a long time. That's crazy. And the fucking pirates took their clothes and attire and looked if they had any gold rings on their fingers or their ears. Said that they would just, their fingers swollen, they would just cut them off, throwing them to the monsters of the sea. These dudes were nuts, man. Like, leave those bodies the fuck alone. And why are they still there 8 days later? That shit's crazy. What? At last, they set sail for Savona, the place of their assigning. There were in all 15 vessels, Captain Morgan commanding the biggest. Of only 14 small guns, his number of men was 960. There's 960 pirates on this mission. Few days after, they arrived at the Cabo de Lobos, south of Hispaniola, between Cape Tiburon and Cape Punta de Espada. Hence, they could not pass by reason of contrary winds for 3 weeks, notwithstanding all the utmost endeavors Captain Morgan used to get forth. Then they doubled the cape and spied an English vessel at a distance. Having spoken with her, they found she came from England and bought of her for ready money some provisions that they wanted. Okay, so they just did they didn't rob them because they were English. They just fucking bought what they needed. Gotcha. Captain Morgan proceeded on his voyage till he came to the port of Ocoa. Here he landed some men, sending them into the woods to seek water and provisions, the better to spare such as he had already on board. They killed many beasts and among others some horses, but the Spaniards, not well satisfied at their hunting, laid a strategy for them, ordering 300 or 400 men to come from Santo Domingo, not far distant, and desiring them to hunt in all parts thereabout near the sea. So if the pirates should return, they might find no subsistence. Okay, so what? Gotcha. So the Spanish found out that the pirates were down there collecting food, killing off horses and cows and pigs and stuff like that. And the Spanish called up to another town for some of their hunters and said, hey, start killing everything you see. Just start walking through the forests, walk along the coast, go through the jungle, whatever the fuck you got to do, and kill everything so that next time they come here, there won't be anything for them to eat or take and they can fuck off. That's pretty crazy. Like you hear about scorched earth type stuff. And we're going to hear that in other chapters of this book too. When the Spanish do this, they'll literally like go in advance of where they know you're going to have to go through. And for miles, they'll just cut down like every fruit tree, every edible plant. They'll burn down the little structures and make sure there's no houses or huts that have food. They'll make sure there's no farms. Like they basically try and starve you, right? Because they figure if you have to move through there, you're going to need food. And you're going to rely on the jungle around you, but it's scorched earth. And that's what they're doing here with these, they're calling them beasts, but they also mention horses specifically. All right. The Spaniards who watched all their motions gathered a great herd of cows and set 2 or 3 to keep them, 2 or 3 men to keep them. The pirates, having spied them, killed a sufficient number, and though the Spaniards could see them at a distance, yet they could not hinder them at present. But as soon as they attempted to carry them away, they set upon them furiously. Thus the pirates were compelled to quit the prey and retreat to their ships. But they did it in good order, retiring by degrees, and when they had opportunity, discharging full volleys on the Spaniards, killing many of them, though with some loss. The Spaniards, seeing their damage, endeavored to save themselves by flight and carry off their dead and wounded companions. The pirates, perceiving them flee, would not content themselves with what hurt they had already done, but pursued them speedily into the woods. Here we go. They're chasing these fucking guys again. These dudes attacked them. They took off, but were stopping every now and again so they could turn around and shoot these guys, and they killed a bunch of them. So the Spanish started running, and now the pirates, instead of running away, are now chasing them again. These dudes are fucking nuts, man. Okay, so instead of running, it says they pursued them speedily again into the woods and killed the greatest part of those that remained. Next day, Captain Morgan, extremely offended at what had passed, went himself with 200 men into the woods to seek for the rest of the Spaniards, but finding nobody, he revenged his wrath on the houses of the poor and miserable rustics that inhabit those scattering fields and woods, of which he burnt a great number. Turned to his ships, somewhat more satisfied in his mind for having done some considerable damage to the enemy, which was always his most ardent desire. That's crazy, man. So not only did they start chasing them, they tracked them into the woods and killed most of them. And then the next day, Captain Morgan, hearing about what was going, he was like, what? Those motherfuckers attacked us? He's like, it backed you up a little bit? Okay, cool. Well, now we're going to take 200 guys out there and we're going to lay waste to every fucking thing. These dudes don't play, man. These dudes don't fucking play. Okay. So the impatience wherewith Captain Morgan had waited a long while for some of his ships not yet arrived made him resolve to sail away without them. So he's waiting on a bunch of ships to show up that are supposed to meet him, right? They're all supposed to be going together. But some of these ships like lagged behind or got caught. But they're either way, they're not showing up in Savona, or for their trip to Savona, rather. So he's getting impatient and he says, fuck it. We're just going to have to sail without these guys. They know where we're going. They can just catch up with us, right? All right. So being arrived and not finding any of his ships come, he was more impatient now and concerned than before, fearing their loss or that he must proceed without them. But he, waiting for their arrival a few days longer and having no great plenty of provisions, he sent a crew of 150 men to Haiti to pillage some towns near Santo Domingo. But the Spaniards, upon intelligence of their coming, were so vigilant and in such good posture of defense that the pirates thought not convenient to assault them. So they're still not finding their guys, and they were low on food and drink, so they decided to go in and hit some of these towns on the coast to get food and drink. But the Spanish have been getting fed up with their shit around this certain area and basically chased them off. They were like, fuck that. There's a whole army on the beach, dude. We're 150 people, but we're in these little boats and we've got to land and fight them. Fuck that. At last, Captain Morgan, seeing the other ships did not come, made a review of his people and found only about 500 men. Damn, so that's like 450 guys gone, dude. That's fucking nuts. The ships wanting were 7. Right, so there's 7 ships missing now that didn't show up. With 400, because he had 950 pirates when they started out. 7 ships or 450 pirates are now like not showing up where they're supposed to be. And he has 8 ships left and 500 pirates. That's what he has right now. Having hitherto resolved to cruise on the coasts of Caracas and to plunder the towns and villages there, finding himself at present with such small forces, he changed his resolution by advice of a French captain in his fleet. The Frenchmen, having served L'Olonois in the like enterprises and at the taking of Maracaibo, knew all of the entries, passages, forces, and means, how to put in execution that same again in the company of Captain Morgan, to whom, having made a full relation of all, he concluded to sack the second time. Being himself persuaded with all his men of the facility, the Frenchmen propounded. Hereupon they weighed anchor and steered towards Curacao. Being come within sight of it, they landed at another island near it called Ruba, about 12 leagues from Curacao. This island, defended by a slender garrison, is inhabited by Indians that are subject to Spain and speak Spanish by reason of the Roman Catholic religion. Here cultivated by a few priests sent from the neighboring continent. There you go. There you go. That's like some of that crazy stuff. Let's continue. The inhabitants exercise commerce or trade with the pirates that go or come this way. They buy of the islanders sheep, lambs, and kids, which they exchange for linen, thread, and like things. The country is very dry and barren. Okay, we don't need that fucking... Okay, here we go. Captain Morgan cast anchor before this island 24 hours later, having bought from the inhabitants sheep, lambs, and wood for all his fleet. After 2 days, he sailed again in the night with the intent they might not see what course he steered. Okay, cool. So the short version of that long, fucking drawn out thing with a big description of the island in the middle of it we skipped was that they found that a bunch of Indians that did trade with the locals. So they didn't have to the pirates didn't have to meet with the locals. They just met with the Indians. The Indians had no problem trading with the pirates. So they just bought all their lamb and other food and drink from them. And then they waited till it was nightfall, and then they sailed away, hoping that the other people might not see what direction they left in. All right. Next day, they arrived at the Sea of Maracaibo, taking great care not to be seen, for which reason they anchored out of sight. Night being come, they set sail towards the land, and next morning by break of day were got directly over the bar of the said lake. Okay, I guess there was a sandbar. They had to wait for the tide. The Spaniards had built another fort since the action of L'Olonois, whence they now fired continually against the pirates while they put their men into boats to land. The dispute continued very hot, being managed with great courage from morning till dark night. This being come, Captain Morgan in the obscurity drew nigh the fort, which having examined found nobody in it. The Spaniards having deserted it not long before, they left behind them a match lighted near a train of powder to have blown up the pirates and the whole fortress as soon as they were in it. This design had taken effect, had not the pirates discovered it in a quarter of an hour. But Captain Morgan, snatching away the match, saved both his own and his companions' lives. So that's crazy, man. So the pirates start jumping in the little boat so that they can get down underneath the fort and land. The pirates are like firing at them constantly, but as soon as the fucking big ship got within range with the guns, they hauled ass. The Spanish got the fuck out of the fort, and they left a big trail of gunpowder towards all of the probably to the powder room, and they had a match next to it, and Captain Morgan found it. That's crazy. It says just as he started getting close enough to the fort, they all fucking abandoned that bitch. Yeah, Captain Morgan, snatching away the match, saved both his and his companions' lives. They found here much powder, whereof he provided his fleet, and then demolished part of the walls, nailing 16 pieces of ordnance from 12 to 24 pounders. Here they also found many muskets and other military provisions. Cool. Yes, he's found. So he like took all their weapons and trashed a bunch of the other ones that he didn't want, so they couldn't use them later. Next day, they commanded the ships to enter the bar, among which they divided the powder, muskets, and other things found in the fort. Then they embarked again to continue their course towards Maracaibo. But the waters being very low, they could not pass a certain bank at the entry of the lake. Hereupon, they were compelled to go into canoes and small boats. Their ships were too big to come into this lake. Lake Maracaibo, the city they want's like on the other side of it, and there's parts of this. They keep saying these bars. It's just not deep enough in places for their ships to go through, so they're literally having to leave their ship way out in the lake, and they're having to get into canoes and small boats right now, so that they can continue rowing their way into the city. Okay, so they were compelled to go into canoes and small boats, with which they arrived the next day before Maracaibo, having no other defense than some small pieces which they could carry in the boats. Being landed, they ran immediately to the Fort de la Barra, which they found as the precedent, without any person in it, for all were fled into the woods, leaving also the town without any people, except for a few miserable folks who had nothing to lose. So that's crazy. So they all get in these little boats, and they don't have any cannons. They don't have any they basically just have the shit that they can carry on them, because they were all in these little boats together, these canoes and shit. When they had to get up to Maracaibo, they left their ships behind, and they still stormed up on this thing. And once they got inside, they found out the fort was empty, and so was the town. Everybody had already fled into the woods. As soon as they had entered the town, the pirates searched every corner to see if they could find any people that were hid, who might offend them unaware. Not finding anybody, every party, as they came out of their several ships, chose what houses they pleased. That's crazy. So you got 500 pirates. They walk into a town, and there's nobody. They're all gone. So all the pirates just start picking houses that they want to live in while they're there. It's fucking nuts. Dude, could you imagine that shit? That'd be fucking crazy. Yep, I'll read that shit again because that's nuts, man. As soon as they had entered the town, the pirates searched every corner to see if they could find any people that were hid. Not finding anybody, every party as they came out of their several ships chose what houses they pleased in the city of Maracaibo. That shit's nuts, man. Next day, after they sent a troop of 100 men to seek for the inhabitants and their goods, these returned the next day, bringing with them 30 people, men, women, and children, and 50 mules laden with good merchandise. All these miserable people were put to the rack to make them confess where the rest of the inhabitants were and their goods. Among other tortures, one was to stretch their limbs with cords and then to beat them with sticks and other instruments. Dude. Others had burning matches placed between their fingers, which were then burnt alive. Others had slender cords or matches twisted about their heads until their eyes burst out of their skulls. Thus, all inhuman cruelties were executed on those innocent people to find out where their gold was. Those who would not confess or who had nothing to declare died under the hands of those villains. These tortures and racks continued for 3 whole weeks, in which time they sent out daily parties to seek for more people to torment and rob. They never returning without new riches. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's intense, man. These fucking some of these pirates were insane, man. It was not, like I said, these were not the Peter Pan version of pirates, man. These guys were brutal. They were brutal, and they would torture cities full of people. 3 weeks. They took their time, man. Every day they went out and found more and more people. What's up to everybody that's coming in? Sorry, you guys know I'm like literally reading this. Let me take a look at the chat. What's up, MRH? Always good to see you. Let's see. Okay, you guys are talking about all kinds of shit. Ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So that's cool. That's fine. You guys have a good conversation. Yeah. All right, cool. Let me sip my drink and we'll continue. All right. This is where we're at. Yeah, 3 whole weeks in which time they sent out daily parties to seek for more people to torment and rob, etc. Every day they returned with more riches. Because man, those people out that ran into the woods, dude, that's an entire city full of people. Yeah, and they're just walking through the woods like, oh, look, somebody hid some shit over there, right? Oh, that looks like a hole. I bet you there's gold in there. They were just finding this stuff strewn throughout the forest. That's crazy. Captain Morgan, having now gotten into his hands about 100 of the chief families with all of their goods, at last resolved for Gibraltar, as Lolonois had done before. With this design, he equipped his fleet, providing it sufficiently with all of the necessaries. He put likewise on board all the prisoners, and weighing anchor, set sail with resolution to hazard a battle. They had sent before some prisoners to Gibraltar to require the inhabitants to surrender. Otherwise, Captain Morgan would certainly put them all to the sword without any quarter. Arriving before Gibraltar, the inhabitants received him with continual shooting of great cannon bullets, but the pirates, and that's crazy. So he sent word ahead, right? He sent some of the prisoners from Maracaibo ahead to Gibraltar to say, hey, 500 pirates are coming. And it's Captain Morgan on top of it. He wants us to deliver a message to you that says surrender, or we're going to put you all to the sword and offer no quarter. And as soon as they start seeing the pirates, they start shooting at them. That's hilarious. So Captain Morgan's like, here we go. Arriving before Gibraltar, the inhabitants received him with continual shooting of great cannon bullets, But the pirates, instead of fainting, ceased not to encourage one another, saying, "We must make one meal upon bitter things before we can taste sweetness of the sugar this place affords." Right? So they're like, we have to get through the hard part before we can get the money and relax, right? That's exactly what they say. He's like, come on, these guys are shooting at us. Let's go kick their fucking teeth in, and then we can own all their stuff. Next day, very early, they landed all their men, and being guided by the Frenchmen above, they marched towards the town, not by the common way, but by crossing through the woods. Okay, so that one of the Frenchmen that they had in the pirate cruise, knew his way around Gibraltar. And he's showing them a different way that they can go. Okay, so they marched towards the town, not by the common way, but crossing through the woods, which way the Spaniards scarce thought they would have come. For at the beginning of their march, they made as if they intended to come down the next way and through the main open way to the town, hereby to deceive the Spaniards. But these, remembering full well what Lolonois had done just 2 years before, thought it not safe to expect a second brunt, and hereupon all fled out of the town as fast as they could. So they were like, yo, man, that shit, because remember, Lolonois, I think we covered him in the first and second episode, like towards the back of the first episode and the beginning of the second episode. He was a brutal pirate. That guy was super fucked up. He was evil bastard. You know, people that might not have heard those stories and heard the first two episodes, if you're just listening in for the first time on these pirate tales that we tell, the torture that you're hearing about tonight is bad. You know, all torture is bad, but I mean, the stuff you're hearing about tonight with the twisting of the cords and the eyeballs popping out, that's all bad. But Lolonois was a different kind of brutal. And I'm not going to talk about it again. I want to continue on with the story, but if you didn't listen to episodes 1 and 2, I encourage you again to go check that out. And anybody that's listening right now, click the like button. I guess it makes the algorithm gods happy and tells people to listen to, I guess, like, makes it to where YouTube will actually show people that your show exists. So yeah, do me a favor, click the like button if you're listening to this now or later. So yeah, the townspeople are like, hey man, Lolonois was fucked up, man. That was just 2 years ago. That guy was like a totally fucked up, sadistic, insane bastard who did a lot of foul shit to our people. Let's just run. They were still scarred, and they were like, let's just get the fuck out of here. We'll carry what we can, right? Like, get your pillowcase, fill it with your jewelry and your money and whatever you can. Remember, this is 1668-ish. You're just gonna, there's no, like, you have to just carry a chest full of stuff, whatever it is you think you can carry, literally. And like, your money weighs like a fucking bag of gold, dude. Come on. Gold bars and silver bars and jewels and stuff like that. That's crazy, man. Crazy. All right. So Captain Morgan and the pirates, they have a French guy that knows his way around Gibraltar, brings them in down secret paths and roads. The Spanish figure it out, but they're like, hey, we can either go through here and actually confront them, or we can grab our stuff and get the fuck out of here. And a lot of them were scarred, like I said, from Lolonois just 2 years before, and they all decided to run. Instead of going through a second wave of that bullshit, they said, we'll put up with that when we can, but we're not going to just go at it and start fighting right now. Maybe we can make a deal, right? So they all fled out of the town as fast as they could, carrying their goods and riches, as also all the powder, and having nailed all of the great guns. So they destroyed a bunch of their own guns so the pirates couldn't use them against them. And they took all the powder with them so the pirates couldn't have that either. Yeah. So when the pirates got to Gibraltar, that city was empty too. It says, so as the pirates found not one person in the whole city except for one poor innocent man who was born a fool. So Emmy. Yeah, they found poor Emmy. And Emmy didn't know what was going on. It wasn't Emmy's fault. Someone left Emmy behind. All right, Mickey, have a good night. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. And catch us on the replay, man. Okay, so the pirates get into Gibraltar, the second city that's empty because everybody ran. They only found one guy who everyone left behind who didn't really know what was going on. This man, they asked whether the inhabitants were fled, where'd they go, and where they had hid their goods. To all which questions and the like, he constantly answered, I know nothing. I know nothing. They made him go out into the woods and start looking for the people to try and persuade them to come back. And they it says, it seems he was some rich person disguised under those clothes, so poor and at the innocent tongue, so they went along with him, and he conducted them to a poor, miserable cottage wherein he had a few earthen dishes and other things of no value. So instead of finding other people, he took the pirates to his house. On the way there, he told them he was actually a rich man and wore poor clothes to fit in. And they were like, oh, okay, awesome. And they get to his house, and no, he's just really poor. He's still a moron. The guy's whacked in his brain. That shit is crazy. That's a kind of a funny little side story. All right. Let's get back to it. All right. The same day, they sent out a party to seek for the inhabitants of the city, on whom they might exercise their cruelties and find their goods. These they brought back, an honest peasant with 2 daughters of his, whom they intended to torture if needed, or use to find the others, if they showed not the places where the inhabitants were hid. Instead, they sent the 2 daughters back out into the woods to find the other people and bring them back, and held the father prisoner. And they threatened him with the rack and all kinds of shit, obviously. Then they divided into parties to search the plantations nearby, for they knew the Spaniards that were absconded could not live on what the woods afforded, without coming now and then for provisions to their country houses. Right, they're like, okay, guys, it's been a few days. These guys are living in the woods. They can't just, you know what I mean? They can't go to Burger King. They're going to have to hunt. They're going to have to try and trade with people. They're going to have to get food. They're going to have to get water. Let's go start hitting up the local farms and shit like that and see what we can come across. See if we can't find these people and track down their goods. Okay, they eventually conducted to a party of Spaniards whom they instantly made prisoners, commanding this... Okay, hold on. Yeah, so they let their slaves go. The slaves in turn showed them where a bunch of the other Spaniards were, led them to some of where they had a few mules that were laden with riches. Okay, cool. So they're going through the farms. They're looking for people. They came across some Spanish. They had some slaves with them. They freed the slaves. The slaves in turn told them where those people were keeping all their shit, and told them where there was a bunch of people in the woods and where their mules full of stuff were at, or the mules that had a bunch of stuff on their backs, I guess. By the time they made it back to the town, they had over 250 prisoners. They found about half of the rest of the goods. Now they start threatening everybody with fucking torture again. They started doing the torture again with the cords and the rack and all that crazy shit. They were stretching people out. We're not going to get into more of that stuff. I already read it once. We know what's going on. Yeah. Putting people through torment and barbarous, crazy shit. One guy, they took small cords and tied his 2 thumbs and 2 big toes to 4 stakes in the ground. So he was just like, they were literally right next to each other, and he was bent in half, staked to the. That's crazy, man. That shit sucks. Yeah, and they're describing a few other really, really, really gnarly torture tactics I really don't want to get into. Everybody can read this in the Pirates of Panama. It's free online. You can find it in like the Gutenberg.org. I believe they should have it free online. Pirates of Panama. If you want to read the torture methods that I'm leaving out right now, people are like getting beat cruelly with cudgels and stretched apart and all kinds of crazy shit. That's why I'm just kind of skipping over part of this. People are getting burnt. Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. All right, I think I'm actually gonna grab a drink real quick. Grab a drink and a smoke. Let me see how much left we have in this chapter. We might not. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it entirely through this whole chapter tonight, anyway. All right. Yeah, we'll still read some more of this chapter, but it's a fucking crazy long chapter, so we're not gonna get through all this tonight. But I'll read some more. But first, I gotta grab a drink, and then we're gonna grab a smoke. Yeah, so give me a minute. I will be right back. All right, cool. I got a drink. Cotton mouth like a bitch. Let me grab a smoke real quick, and then we'll get back into it. Yeah, I'm going to skip over. If you really want to read all those paragraphs of gnarly torture, you can look it up. Look up the book, Pirates of Panama. Like I said, you should be able to. I'm almost 99% sure you'll find it on Gutenberg.org. It's a great free library. They've got tons of resources and books and stuff, especially really, really old ones. Oh shit, I gotta grab my lighter. What the fuck? There we go. That's better. Yeah, we'll just get back into the pirating. Those parts of the story are fucking cool. This has been a great chapter for the battles back and forth with the Spanish and taking entire cities in these land raids with hundreds and hundreds of pirates, and right from the beginnings too, like them putting out the word for it everybody gathering and voting, deciding what they're going to take, where they're going to go, and like epic fights, man. Them bitching these people out, putting them on the run. Yeah, all the great in between from somebody that was there too. That's the best part of this, Again, the only first-hand account we have from somebody that was literally there. These stories that we're hearing are the words of a man, John Esquemeling. He was the barber surgeon on these ships. He was there with Captain Morgan for his entire run. That's amazing. The guy popped up in Tortuga in 1666 and was a pirate by 1668. A real member of the Brethren of the Coast, and tells us all these tales. He was there for these battles, and that's amazing. Worked on these people that were injured and stuff in these battles. It's unreal. We're very lucky to have this book. Yeah, very lucky. I don't know what you guys are talking about in the chat. I've been lost on that for a minute. I've just been reading, and then running my fucking mouth, talking about the book. I don't even know what you guys are talking about in the chat. Yeah, I'll be doing probably. I mean, we'll see. I think I'm going to do a hell chat tomorrow. It depends on what happens in the trial I've been keeping watch on, doing episodes on. I might do a hell chat tomorrow night. We'll see how it goes. I've been wanting to do more and more of these pirate shows, like at least like once a week. Get on and like read through these stories and stuff when I have time. I got to take a little break now and again. These fucking chapters are long. I had cotton mouth like a bitch. I needed to smoke too. Oh, I got you, foolish schlock. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. I mean, part of it anyway. I saw one or two of the comments. Oh, they just came out with a movie about it. I got you, KD. Yeah, I know who they are. They were fucking dirt bags, that's for sure. Especially that big fat guy, whichever one he was. I don't know their. I mean, I know their names. I've seen them together, but I don't know which name belongs to which face. Oh no, I get it, man. I know you guys are listening. I'm not saying anything. I was just saying I didn't know what was going on in the chat while I'm standing here grabbing my smoke. I was fucking taking a glance at it. I wasn't sure exactly what you guys were talking about. William Wallace says, were they as bad as were they bad as we were told? Is it who, the pirates? Worse, man. That's what we're getting into in these chapters, man. About their raids. If you're talking about the pirates, they Disneyfy pirate stories, man. Even in like documentaries and things like that, like they always show you like pirate ships floating on the water and like cannons going off at another ship. And sure, that stuff, of course, it happened, man. Ships were boarded, of course, but like all of the most incredible stuff and all the most brutal stuff happened on like these land raids. They're just absolutely unreal. And you're going to see they get bolder and bolder and bolder as we go until these guys literally Captain Morgan and all these dudes and hundreds of other pirates, literally crossed the jungles of Darien, dude, in like 1668. They crossed the fucking jungles of Darien to get to Panama. Absolutely fucking insane. And they were brutal on these people. I've been reading these stories. This is the third episode, man. They're so much worse than most people are told. But the stories are still incredible. Still discovering things in the world, sailing everywhere. Yep. Still a new part of the world. You're fighting against the Spanish, taking all the treasure, keeping it for yourself. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable stories, man. But the people of these towns were brutalized. There's no doubt about that. Talking about people dying on the rack and wrapping people in fucking cords and ropes, wrapping them around their head till their eyes pop out, and burning people, like all that shit, man. Putting lit matches between their fingers and all that stuff, just trying to get them to reveal where their friends and neighbors are hiding, and where they might have hidden their belongings and their gold or whatever. Remember, they come into the town and they steal everything. Like that's, those people aren't carrying like all their plate. Remember, we talked about plate being like the gold, like the bars, like the actual solid gold stuff that's not turned into coinage, right? And even then, a lot of the coinage is going to be left behind. That one, what was it, Maracaibo? They had 150,000 pieces of eight just from the town before they ransomed the other 100 grand to not burn it to the ground. And that's what I was getting at, which is they get into these towns, they steal everything. They're living in these people's houses for 2 or 3 weeks, eating all their food, drinking all their drink, stealing everything that they didn't bring with them, emptying the churches of everything. And then they tell them, all right, come up with burn your entire city to the fucking ground on top of it. A third of their citizens have already been brutalized by torture and killed in the fight on the way in, or, establishing control. It was just absolutely brutal, man. They're far worse than is commonly told. But like I said, the stories are still absolutely incredible. All right, hang on one second. All right, cool. Let me get my stuff situated here real quick, and then we'll dive back in for a little bit more of this chapter. This is my drink. All right, let's see here. Take a look at the chat real quick. See if there's anything else. No, okay, you guys are just talking about other stuff. That's fine. All right, cool. Let's see. Let me find my place real quick. Okay, so they figured out that one guy got separated from the larger group of people that ran into the fucking woods with all their stuff. And they found that one guy. He knows where they're going. All right, once they got him, he promised Captain Morgan to conduct him to a river of the lake where he should find a ship and 4 boats richly laden with goods of the inhabitants of the city. The same discovered likewise where the governor of Gibraltar lay hid. Okay, so this guy is telling him, I know where the ships are at that have all the stuff on them, and I know which ship the governor of Gibraltar is hiding on with the greatest part of the women of the town. But all this he revealed upon great menaces to hang him, if he told not what he knew. So he didn't just tell him. Captain Morgan kept threatening to fucking hang him unless he told him, and he finally told him. Captain Morgan sent away presently 200 men in 2 great boats to this river to seek for what the guy had told him and see if it was true. But he himself, with 250 more, undertook to go and take the governor himself. This gentleman was retired to a small island in the middle of the river. Okay, so they know where the governor of Gibraltar is, and he now knows where the governor of Maracaibo is hiding. And that guy, so he sent 200 pirates to go after the governor of Gibraltar and see if the other ships full of goods are there like he was told. And he took another 250 pirates with him to go after the governor of Maracaibo, who's retired to a small island in the middle of the river where he had built a little fort. That's pretty cool, as well as he could for his defense. But hearing that Captain Morgan came in person with great forces to seek him, he retired to the top of a mountain not far off, to which there was no ascent but by a very narrow passage, so straight that whosoever did attempt to gain the ascent must march his men one by one. Captain Morgan spent 2 days before he arrived at this little island, whence he designed to proceed to the mountain where the governor was posted. Had he not been told of the impossibility of ascent, not only for the narrowness of the way, but because the governor was well provided with all sorts of ammunition. Beside, there was fallen a huge rain, whereby all the pirates' baggage and powder was wet. By this rain also they lost many men at the passage over a river that was overflown. Damn, they're having a hard fucking go of it in this one. Captain Morgan and his 250 pirates that are going after the governor of Maracaibo are having a hard run of this. So first the guy, I think that's really cool. He built himself a small fort on a little island in the middle of the river. That shit's pretty badass. The pirates get there. He's not there. They find out that he's up at the top of this mountain close by, but the only way to get to the top where he's at is a narrow passage that's so narrow, in fact, that you have to march your people up there single file. The guy that's up there is well armed with all kinds of ammunition and shit like that. And now it's fucking pouring down rain, and all of their powder and their weapons and their bags and stuff like that are soaking wet. So they're just kind of fucked if they want to go and if they want to continue on looking for this guy. By this rain also they lost a bunch of guys at the passage over a river that was overflown. So now they've got a bunch of pirates that just drowned and got washed away by this fucking river. Here perished likewise some women and children and many mules laden with plate and goods, which they had taken from the fugitive inhabitants, so that things were in a very bad condition with Captain Morgan. Damn, so they even lost a bunch of treasure too. So it was raining really hard, started these floods, washed away a bunch of pirates, and it washed away a bunch of women, children, and mules that were laden with solid gold and lots of goods. So they lost part of their treasure too. It says it was a very bad condition with Captain Morgan and his men much harassed, as may be inferred from the relation whereby if the Spaniards in that juncture had but 50 men well armed, they might have entirely destroyed the pirates that were there. But the fears the Spaniards had at first conceived were so great that the leaves stirring on the trees they often fancied to be the pirates. So they were so scared of the fucking pirates that every time a leaf shook, they thought it was a pirate. Like they were on edge and they were scared to death of the pirates. They were not coming out there trying to fucking battle these guys. They were hiding from them. Finally, Captain Morgan and his people, having upon this march sometime waded up to their middles in water for half or whole miles together. Okay, so they had to wade through water waist deep for some time, a whole mile at a time. They at last escaped for the greatest part, but the women and children for the major part died. That sucks, man. That sucks. They had all those people with them. And all those pirates and all that treasure and all the women and children got washed away. That sucks, man. That shit sucks. Thus, 12 days after they set forth to seek the governor, they returned to Gibraltar with many prisoners. 2 days after arrived, also the 2 great boats that had gone out to the river for the other governor, bringing with them 4 boats and some prisoners. But the greatest part of the merchandise in the boats they found not, the Spaniards having unladed and secured it already by the time they got there. Having intelligence of their coming. Damn. So those guys ended up with basically fucking nothing also. Remember, 2 crews went out. Captain Morgan in the beginning sent 200 pirates after the governor of Gibraltar. And that guy that they found, who ended up telling the truth, he told them where these boats would be and where the governor would be. So he told the truth. But by the time they got there, the Spaniards had already unloaded the ships and hid the stuff away in the forest. That sucks. So these guys came back to meet Captain Morgan, who just had his own rough go of it. And they discovered that most of the boats were fucking empty. That's crazy. All right. There were, however, some great parcels of goods which the pirates seized and brought a considerable amount to Gibraltar. Thus, after they had been in possession of the place 5 entire weeks. So they'd been in this place for 5 weeks, dude. Remember, they did 3 weeks in Maracaibo, and now they've been here for another. That's crazy, man. Yeah, another 2 fucking weeks. And they were on that mission for 12 days. So now it's just been 2 more days. They're like licking their wounds, probably. It says they got a bunch of stuff. They got a considerable amount of treasure. So I guess it wasn't for anything, but that was a rough go. Thus, after they had been in possession of the place 5 entire weeks and committed an infinite number of murders, robberies, and such like insolencies, they concluded to depart. But first they ordered some prisoners to go forth into the woods and fields and collect a ransom for the town. Otherwise they would certainly burn it down to the ground. These poor afflicted men went as they were sent, and having searched the adjoining woods and fields, they returned to Captain Morgan, telling him that they had scarce been able to find anybody, but that the ones that they did find, they had proposed his demand, to which they had answered that the governor had prohibited them to give any ransom for the town whatsoever, but they beseeched him to have a little patience, and among themselves they would collect 5,000 pieces of 8, and for the rest they would give some of their own townsmen as hostages, whom he might carry to Maracaibo till he had received full satisfaction. Okay, so they sent these dudes out to try and they're ransoming the town again. They do this every time. We were just talking about that. They show up, they kill a whole bunch of the people, they torture a bunch of the other ones, they get all the money, They consume all the stuff in the town. They live in their houses and shit. And then when they're ready to leave, after they've stolen basically everything, they're like, okay, listen, we know you guys still have money hidden. So you need to come up with like 100,000 pieces of eight, or we're going to burn your city to the ground. Right? That shit is so intense, man. They basically already have nothing left except for the little bit they still have hidden away in the forest somewhere. And the pirates know it, though, and they want it all. So they sent these people out. They said, listen, man, we only found a few people. We weren't able to find anybody, really. And these people told us that the governor says we're not allowed to ransom the town. But we really don't want our stuff burned down. So just give us a little while. We'll find some other people. We'll put together at least 5,000 pieces of eight. And if that's not good enough, you can take some people hostage. All right. Captain Morgan, having now been long absent from Maracaibo, and knowing the Spaniards had had sufficient time to fortify themselves now and hinder his departure out of the lake. Remember, their ships are still way, way back on the lake because of those sandbars. In the beginning of this, we were talking about how the lake was too shallow in places for their biggest ships to sail into. They had to come across the lake in canoes and smaller boats. And now they've got all this treasure and shit like that they're going to have to take back to their big ships before they can even leave. And they're like, fuck, man, the city that we came in through is now crawling with Spanish. And they're going to do everything in their power to hinder us from coming through there and getting back to our ships. So, fuck. All right. Yeah, it says that, we'll read that again. Captain Morgan, having now been long absent from Maracaibo and knowing the Spaniards had had sufficient time to fortify themselves and hinder his departure out of the lake, granted their proposition. So he said, listen, I'm not trying to hang out here any longer than I have to. Go get your 5,000 pieces of eight or whatever, bring it to me, and I'll leave your town alone. I got to get the fuck out of here. And he made as much haste as he could for his departure. He gave liberty to all the prisoners, first putting everyone to a ransom. Yet he detained all of their slaves. They delivered him four people agreed on for hostages of what money more he was to receive. And they desired to have the slaves and the guy the straggler from before that told him where the boats were. They asked that Captain Morgan leave him behind so they could punish him according, because they said, fuck that guy. He told you where those boats were and you found him. We want him. He's a fucking traitor and we're going to kill his ass. You got to give him to us. That was part of their deal too. That makes sense, right? They're like, we'll give you the 5,000 pieces of eight, but we also want that guy in return. The guy that fucking flipped on us. We want you to give him to us so we can fuck him up. But Captain Morgan would not deliver him. He says, you guys will probably just burn him alive. I'm not going to do that. I can't do that, right? He says, I can't do that. So he told them, no, give me the money. I'm keeping the guy. Fuck you. You're just going to set him on fire. I can't have that. He helped me out. I'm not just going to give you a guy that helped me out. Fuck that. So good for Captain Morgan. At last they weighed anchor and set sail in all haste for Maracaibo. Here they arrived in 4 days and found all things as they had left them. Yet here they received news from a poor distressed old man whom alone they found sick in the town. He told them that there were 3 Spanish men of war located at the entry of the lake, waiting the return of the pirates. Moreover, that the castle at the entry of the lake was again put into good posture of defense, well provided with guns and men and all sorts of ammunition. So now he's like, fuck. Right? Captain Morgan was just thinking about how Maracaibo, the city itself, was going to be crawling with Spanish. Now he finds out it's much worse than he thought. He finds out that not only are the Spanish all over that town that he needs to get through to get out into the lake, to get to his ships so he can sail out of the entry of the lake. Remember, on his way in, there was a big fort at the entry of the lake that they had to take care of. Then they had to park their ships and get out and row the rest of the way in smaller boats, right? So they're saying there's 3 Spanish man-of-war boats at the entry of the lake, and the castle up there that you have to sail right past is now re-garrisoned and all fortified and filled with soldiers again. So he's like, fuck, man, how am I going to get out of this lake? Even if I do make it through Maracaibo and we kill those Spanish, we got to take all the treasure and our hostages in these boats and row across the lake to our ships. But once we get there and we load everything up, we have to figure out how to get past 3 men-of-war ships and fight this fucking castle off so we can get past and sail out into the ocean. Right? Because the people on that, and the people in the castle have huge cannons. That's why it's there. That's why it's there along the coast. You can't just come in there. They're going to turn your fucking ship into like toothpicks, man. Like you're just going to shred you with their guns, right? You can shoot at them. You're going to do some damage. You might get a few people, especially if you got your Buccaneers on the decks with their long guns, right? But your boat's going to get sunk with all the treasure on it. It's not going to be good. Okay, so he refuses to give the people, the guy that flipped on them, he says, fuck that. You're just going to set him on fire. He helped me out. He's going to live. He makes it back. They sail 4 days. They get closer to where they're going. They get to Maracaibo, but that town is empty. So that's one problem off of his mind. He's like, okay, I thought this city was going to be absolutely teeming with Spanish. Apparently not. They're all up at the front of the lake now. But there's a guy there that tells him about the men-of-war and how that fort is re-garrisoned. This relation could not choose but disturb the mind of Captain Morgan, who now was careful how to get away through the narrow entry of the lake. Hereupon he sent his swiftest boat to view the entry and see if things were as they had been related. Next day, the boat came back confirming what was said, assuring him they had viewed the ships so close that they had been in great danger of their shot. Hereunto they added that the biggest ship was mounted with 40 guns, the second with 30, and the smallest with 24. These forces, being much beyond those of Captain Morgan, caused a general consternation in the pirates, whose biggest vessel had not above 14 small guns. Everyone judged Captain Morgan to despond and to be hopeless, considering the difficulty of passing safe with his little fleet amidst those great ships and the fort, or that he must perish. How to escape any other way, by sea or land, they saw no way. Under these necessities, Captain Morgan resumed new courage and resolved to show himself still undaunted. He boldly sent a Spaniard to the admiral of those 3 ships, demanding of him a considerable ransom for not putting the city of Maracaibo to the flames. Dude, this guy is amazing. This is why Captain Morgan's a legend. All of these stories we've been telling about him, all the different places he's been and robbed and fucked up, like the way that he's done it, the stuff he's had to overcome, the stuff you can't plan for in advance, the stuff you have to figure out like right then on the spot. This guy always chooses fuck you. That's what he chooses. He chooses fuck you. Yep. He's like, okay, cool, man. You guys have me backed into a corner. By all like accounts, a lot of people would run and freak out and surrender. Instead, he sticks his middle finger in their fucking face, dude. You got to love this guy. You got to fucking love this guy. Instead of sending them a letter about anything, remember, he's ransoming these towns to the people and he's only getting 5,000. So he says, okay, well, cool. If the Spanish are up there at the front of the lake and they care so much about these people, we'll just send them the fucking ransom, right? That shit's nuts, man. So he said, you guys take this letter to the man of war ship, man, to the Spanish ships that are up there. That is absolutely insane, man. Yeah. Captain Mortgage resumed new courage, and resolving to show himself still undaunted, he boldly sent a Spaniard that he had to the admiral of those 3 ships, demanding of him a considerable ransom for not putting the city of Maracaibo to the flames. This man, who was received by the Spaniards with great admiration of the boldness of those pirates, returned 2 days after, bringing to Captain Morgan a letter from the said admiral as follows. And then we have a copy of the letter. Okay. The letter of Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, admiral of the Spanish fleet, to Captain Morgan, commander of the pirates. All right, it's awesome. I told you this book is great, man. We have a copy of this letter here. And this is from the admiral of those 3 men of war that he just sent. He boldly sent a letter demanding a ransom of these towns while they've got him cornered. This shit is amazing. All right, so this is what Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, admiral of the Spanish fleet, has to say, and it's addressed to Captain Morgan, commander of the pirates. Having understood by all of our friends and neighbors the unexpected news that you have dared to attempt and commit hostilities in the countries, cities, towns, and villages belonging to the dominions of His Catholic Majesty, my sovereign Lord and Master, I will let you understand by these following lines that I am come to this place according to my obligation, near that castle which you took out of the hands of a parcel of cowards, where I have put things into a very good posture of defense now, and mounted again the artillery which you had nailed and dismounted. My intent is to dispute with you your passage out of the lake, and follow and pursue you everywhere to the end you may see the performance of my duty. Notwithstanding, if you be contented to surrender with humility all that you have taken, together with the people and all other prisoners, I will let you freely pass without trouble or molestation, on condition that you retire home presently to your own country. But if you, so this guy's giving him an out. Let's just start there, right? So this admiral guy's like, listen, you might have taken that fucking castle at the front of the lake from a bunch of cowards, but I'm here now. And my guys are in that castle now. And there's no way in hell you're crossing this line alive, right? He says, I look forward to having that. Basically, he's like, I look forward to having that conversation with you, right? He's like, I look forward to having to face off with you while you try to leave. He goes, and if you do somehow make it past me, I will chase you to the end. You will never get rid of me. I will fucking take you in, right? I will get you. But he gives him an out. He says, if you leave all your shit there, if you don't steal from these people, you leave the stuff you took, and you leave the prisoners, and you leave all the people there, you just leave with what you brought in. If you get in your ship and you promise to get the fuck out of here and not come back, I'll let you just sail off. I won't even fight with you. You can. I will literally let you leave. All you got to do is leave all this shit on shore that you stole and promise not to come back. So he gives him an out. Now here's the but if. He says, but if you make any resistance or opposition to what I offer you, I assure you I will command boats to come from Caracas, wherein I will put my troops, and coming into Maracaibo will put you every man to the sword. This is my last and absolute resolution. Be prudent, therefore, and do not abuse my bounty with ingratitude. I have with me very good soldiers who desire nothing more ardently than to revenge on you and your people all the cruelties and base, infamous actions you have committed upon the Spanish nation in America. Dated on board the royal ship named the Magdalene, lying at anchor at the entry of the Lake of Maracaibo, this 24th of April, 1669. Signed, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa. It's fucking wild, man. So he sent him that letter. That's the letter he sent him, you know. And he's like, I'll kill you, bro. You try and leave with that stuff and these people you think you're going to steal from us. He goes, I'm going to fucking kill you. There's no way you make it out of here alive. And if you do make it past here somehow, I have a miracle, I will chase you forever. He goes, but if you just leave, dude, if you leave all that shit on and you leave the people the fuck alone and you leave them there too, and you promise not to come back, I'll let you go. I'll let you live. I won't even fucking fire a cannon at you, bro. I'll let you live. You know? As soon as Captain Morgan received this letter, he called all his men together in the marketplace of Maracaibo. And after reading the contents thereof, both in French and English, so everyone could understand, he asked for everyone's advice and resolution on the whole matter, and whether they had rather surrender all they had got to obtain their liberty than fight for it. They answered all unanimously that they had rather fight to the last drop of blood than surrender so easily the treasure they had got with so much danger of their lives. Among the rest, one said to Captain Morgan, take you care for the rest, and I will undertake to destroy the biggest of those ships, with only 12 men. The manner shall be by making a brûlot, or a fire ship, of that vessel we took in the river of Gibraltar. So he says, I'll tell you what, man, I'll take out one of those big fucking ships. He goes, give me that one little boat that we stole while we were in Gibraltar. I'll turn it into a fire ship and fuck their shit up. Yeah, he says he'll destroy the biggest of those ships with his fire ship. That's pretty badass. So we're starting to put a plan together. All right. He says, which go to the intended. She may not be known for a fire ship. We will fill her decks with logs of wood, standing with hats and montera caps to deceive their sight with the representation of men. So he says, we'll fucking deck this boat out using logs and tree branches and stuff like that. And we'll put hats and clothes on them so when they're looking at the boat from a distance, they'll think it has people on it. Yeah, the same we will do at the portholes that serve for the guns, which shall be filled with counterfeit cannon. At the stern, we will hang out English colors and persuade the enemy she is one of our best men of war going to fight them. This proposition was admitted and approved by everyone, howbeit their fears were not quite dispersed. For notwithstanding what had been concluded there, they endeavored the next day to come to an accommodation with Don Alonso. To this effect, Captain Morgan sent to him 2 persons with these propositions. First, that he would quit Maracaibo without doing any damage to the town or exacting any ransoms for the firing of it. Secondly, that he would set at liberty 1/2 of the people and all the prisoners without ransom. Third, that he would send home freely the 4 chief inhabitants of Gibraltar, which he had in his custody as hostages for the contributions those people had promised to pay. These propositions were instantly rejected by Don Alonso. Well, of course they were. Captain Morgan's like, okay, bro, you want me to leave all the stuff that I took? You want me to leave all the people that I took, including my hostages? He's like, I'll tell you what, bro. I'll leave the town and I will no longer ransom the town. Remember, he sent the ransom to the fucking admiral. That's what kicked this correspondence off. That shit is insane. He says, I'll tell you what. I will leave. I promise I won't set these towns on fire, and I'll free half the people. Right? He says, I'm keeping the shit. He didn't even mention the treasure. He's like, fuck you with that, right? He's like, I'm keeping that stuff. But he goes, well, the people, the ones I was going to take hostage, he goes, I'll tell you what, I'll give you all 4 of the major citizens, like the richest of the citizens. I'll give you all 4 of them back. And I'll give you half of the other people that I'm holding hostage. But I'm keeping half of them. And the dude was like, yeah, no, that doesn't work for me. You can go fuck yourself, right? You gotta love Captain Morgan, man. He's got serious balls, this guy. And again, he has a sense of humor. It's a very dark sense of humor, albeit, but it is it's a great sense of humor. That shit's amazing. All right, let me get back to my place here. All right, he would send home the 4 chief inhabitants of Gibraltar. He would set half of the people. Okay, Don Alonso instantly rejected by him. Okay, he instantly rejected them as dishonorable. Neither would he hear of any other accommodation, but sent back this message, that if they surrendered not themselves voluntarily into his hands within 2 days, under the conditions which he had offered them by his letter, he would immediately come and force them to do it. So he says, you have 2 days to turn yourself in now and surrender yourself to me. Leave all the shit there, right? Because the previous conditions he sent them were, you have to leave everything you stole, let all the people go, and then I'll let you sail out of here. Now he says you have to surrender yourself and fill the other conditions. So maybe he'll still let him leave, but he has to go now and actually surrender himself to them. And he has 2 days to do it, or he says he's coming in to fucking fight him. No sooner had Captain Morgan received this message from Don Alonso that he put all things in order to fight, resolving to get out of the lake by main force without surrendering anything. First, he commanded all of the people that he had as prisoners to be tied and guarded very well, and gathered all of the pitch, tar, and brimstone they could find in the whole town for the fire ship that they planned. Then they made several inventions of powder and brimstone with palm leaves, well anointed with tar. They covered very well their counterfeit cannon, laying under every piece many pounds of powder. Besides, they cut down many outworks of the ship, that the powder might exert its strength the better, breaking open also new portholes, where instead of guns they placed little drums used by the local slaves. Finally, the decks were handsomely beset with many pieces of wood dressed up like men, with hats and clothes, and some armed with swords, muskets, and bandoliers. The fire ship being thus fitted, they prepared to go to the entry of the port. Here we go. This guy's nuts, man. He says, fuck this dude. I'm not only not surrendering, bro. I want that smoke. This dude's like, I want the fucking smoke. He's like, we're going to leave this place by force, bro. We're not hiding. We're not going to sneak out. We're not going to come up with some like clandestine fucking plan. He's like, we're going to go kick these fuckers in the teeth, and we're going to leave because we're ready to leave. And I bet they won't. You got to love Captain Morgan, man. This shit's amazing. This guy's like, let's go. We're fucking leaving. Fuck these people. Fuck these people what they want. He says, I'm not giving up anything. I'm not giving up fucking anything. The fire ship being thus fitted, they prepared to go to the entry of the port. All the prisoners were put into one great boat, and in particular of the biggest they placed all of the women, all of the jewels, all of the plate, and other rich things. Into others they put the bales of goods and merchandise and other things of bulk. Each of these boats had 12 men aboard, very well armed. The brûlot, or the fire ship, had orders to go before the rest of the vessels, and presently to fall foul with the greatest ship. All things being ready, Captain Morgan exacted an oath of all of his comrades, protesting to defend themselves to the last drop of blood, without demanding quarter. promising withal that whosoever behaved himself thus should be very well rewarded. With this courageous resolution, they set sail to seek the Spaniards on April 30th, 1669. They found the Spanish fleet riding at anchor in the middle of the entry of the lake. Captain Morgan, it being now late and almost dark, commanded all his vessels to an anchor, designing to fight even all night if they forced him to it. He ordered a careful watch to be kept aboard every vessel until morning, they being almost within shot, as well as within sight of the enemy. The day dawning, they weighed anchor and sailed again, steering directly towards the Spaniards, who, seeing them move, did instantly the same. The fire ship, sailing before the rest, fell presently upon the great ship and grappled her, which the Spaniards, too late perceiving to be a fire ship, they attempted to put her off, but in vain. For the flame, seizing her timber and tackling, soon consumed all of the stern of that great ship, the forepart sinking into the sea, where she perished. The second Spanish ship, perceiving the admiral to burn, not by accident but by industry of the enemy, escaped towards the castle, where the Spaniards themselves sunk her, choosing to lose their ship rather than to fall into the hands of those pirates. That's crazy, dude. So they're 100% about it right now. We're fucking in this thing. We're not getting out. It is fight time or die time. The fire ship they put together, when it got close to their greatest man of war, they grappled it with big hooks to hold it tight. And before the people that were on the ship could figure out what was going on, the fire ship was already set on fire, and the pirates jumped out of it, and they were going, they swam away. But before they knew it, their ship was on fire, and it fucking sunk right there. The second biggest ship saw what was going on, got freaked out, thinking they were going to be next and, set on fire. Maybe they had another fire ship. They sailed their ship up close to the fort, and then they sunk their own fucking boat. That's ridiculous. And I'm going to read that part again because it's fucking stupid. The Spaniards themselves sunk their own boat, choosing to lose their ship rather than to fall into the hands of those pirates. But that doesn't make any sense, dude. If you fucking pull up on the fort and you were off the boat when you set it on fire, you were already at the fort. There was no need to set the boat on fire. That's weird. The third and the smaller of the men of war, having no opportunity to escape, was taken by the pirates. Dude, these motherfuckers are badass. Badass. There was 3 men of war at the front of this thing. They set one on fire and sank it. The other ones ran bitch made and set their own boat on fire. The third one got stuck, and the pirates have now boarded and taken for themselves. These motherfuckers are badass. They didn't give in to this dude. They didn't freak out. They didn't surrender. They didn't give up shit. And they're stomping their fucking ass right now. Let's continue. All right. The third, having no opportunity to escape, was taken by the pirates. The seamen that sunk the second ship near the castle, perceiving the pirates come towards them to take what remains they could find of their shipwreck, for some part was yet above water, set fire also to this vessel, that the pirates might enjoy nothing of that spoil. The first ship being set on fire, some of the persons in her swam towards the shore. These pirates would have taken up in their boats, but they would not ask or take quarter, choosing rather to lose their lives than receive them from their hands. Wow, so the pirates were actually trying to help some of these guys that had to swim from the boat that was on fire, right? These dudes are swimming in the ocean trying to make it to the castle. The pirates are like, hey, man, look, just fucking get in the boat. We'll bring you over there. We'll save your life. We will literally bring you up out of the ocean and put you down someplace. And the Spanish said that they would rather drown and die than take help from the pirates, man. That shit's crazy. The pirates, being extremely glad at this signal victory so soon obtained, and with so great an inequality. Sorry, I've got fucking caught. Let me get my drink. Fucking reading paragraph after paragraph. I need a drink. All right, here we go. Yeah, so the pirates are really, really happy. Obviously, dude, they were just like all in despair before, thinking that they might get their asses kicked or fucking get sunk, trying to leave this lake. But they never cease to amaze. Even a small number will take on a huge number of Spanish, and they just spank these guys, man. Even in this, Captain Morgan, like, what a genius. And the guy that suggested the fire ship, whatever pirate that guy was, and the guys that built this thing, amazing. So they're all extremely glad at the victory that they have, especially with such a great inequality of forces, conceived greater pride than they had before, and all presently ran ashore, intending to take the castle. So now they're going to take the castle. They set the one man of war on fire. The other one, bitch made, ran, set themselves on fire, sank their own boat. The third one got taken, and now they're going to storm the castle and take this bitch too. Instead of, they could just leave, right? You figure they took out the 3 ships. That's their biggest problem. They could just sail past this castle shooting at it if they need to. But nope, not content. They're going to land and assault the castle. This they found well provided with men, cannon, and ammunition, they having no other arms other than muskets and a few hand grenades. Their own artillery they thought incapable for its smallness, so that nothing that they had could possibly consider or make any considerable breach in the walls. Thus they spent the rest of the day firing at the garrison with their muskets till the dusk of the evening, when they attempted to advance nearest the walls to throw in their fireballs. Okay, cool. So they've got their muskets, they've got their grenades. They don't have any kind of big cannons or anything that can really put a dent in their walls, right? So they've just been working on these guys on their garrison with their rifle, or their muskets, they're calling them, their rifles. And that just means, like, whenever these guys get close to their cannons, right, when they're showing themselves, maybe in like a small slot in the wall, maybe they come too close to the edge when they're up on top of the roof there, messing with the cannons, these guys are picking them off. But they can't make any kind of considerable breach to the walls. They don't have any weapons. They're all, or no weapons that are big enough. Everything they have is too small for that. So they're just kind of picking these fuckers off as they can. As the dusk of the evening fell, they attempted to advance nearer the walls to throw in fireballs and hand grenades. But the Spaniards, resolving to sell their lives as dear as they could, fired so furiously at them that they, having experimented the obstinacy of the enemy, and seeing 30 of their men dead and as many more wounded, they retired to their ships. The Spaniards, believing the pirates would next day renew their attack with their own cannon, labored hard all night to put things in order for their coming. Particularly, they dug down and made plain with some little hills and eminences where possible the castle might be offended. So they're starting to like dig themselves in. They know pretty much like what direction the pirates should be coming from. So they're kind of getting all their cannon arranged, on like the right side of the fort. They're getting everything laid out. They're making like little dig outs in some of the hills so that they can have places that they can duck down in when they're shooting. But Captain Morgan intended not to come again, busying himself next day in taking prisoners some of the men who still swam alive, hoping to get part of the riches lost in the 2 ships that perished. Among the rest, he took a pilot who was a stranger and who belonged to the lesser ship of the 2, of whom he inquired several things, as what number of people those 3 ships had in them, whether they expected any more ships to come, from what port they set forth last, when they came to seek them out. The man answered in Spanish, Noble sir, be pleased to pardon and spare me, that no evil be done to me, being a stranger to this nation. I have served, and I shall sincerely inform you of all that passed until our arrival at this lake. We were sent by orders from the Supreme Council of State in Spain, being 6 men of war well equipped in these seas, with instructions to cruise upon the English pirates and root them out from these parts by destroying as many of them as we could. Damn. So these pirates are finding, Captain Morgan and his pirates are finding out, like, these aren't just some ships that were coming through or like looking over trade in the area. You know, these guys weren't just like your typical protection for these cities like Maracaibo and Gibraltar. This guy's telling them, hey, man, these 3 ships that you guys, one of them you got, 2 of them are sank. He goes, those are 3 of 6 ships. And we were sent out by a council in Spain. To weed out or discover and destroy pirates. He's like, oh shit, right? These orders were given upon the news brought to the court of Spain of the loss and ruin of Portobello and other places, of all which damages and hostilities committed here by the English. Dismal lamentations have often been made to the Catholic king and to his council, to whom belongs the care and preservation of this new world. And though the Spanish court has many times by their ambassadors complained to the King of England, yet it has been the constant answer of His Majesty of Great Britain that he never gave any letters patent nor commissions for acting any hostility against the subjects of the King of Spain. So they're just telling him, hey, Spain sent out 6 ships to kill pirates, man. He says, we did that because we kept complaining to England. We kept complaining to the king. The king kept bullshitting us. Won't do fucking nothing about nothing. He's avoiding the problem, so we're just taking care of ourselves, man. All right. And they're naming off all the names of these ships and all the number of guns that are on them, whatever. Being arrived at Cartagena, the 2 greatest ships received orders to return to Spain, being judged too big for cruising on these coasts. With the 4 ships remaining, Don Alonso de Campo y Espinosa departed towards Campeche to seek the English. We arrived at the port there, being surprised by a huge storm from the north, where we lost another of our ships, being that which I named last. Hence we sailed for Hispaniola, in sight of which we came in a few days, and steered for Santo Domingo. Here we heard that there had passed that way a fleet from Jamaica, and that some men thereof had landed at Alta Gracia. The inhabitants had to confess their design was to go and pillage the city of Caracas. On this news, Don Alonso instantly weighed anchor, and crossing over to the continent, we came in sight of the Caracas. Here we found them not, but met with a boat which certified us there were in the lake of Maracaibo, and that the fleet consisted of 7 smaller ships and 1 boat. So he's telling him exactly what happened, dude. We were 6 ships. 2 of them, once we got here, they figured out were too big to be sailing up on the coast and trying to get it. They'd have the same problem that Captain Morgan did with his ship trying to get into the lake, right? And his ship isn't even like as big as these. So they were like, dude, 2 of these boats are way too big. And then they lost another one of the boats. right? So they had 6. Now they were down to 4. I'm sure they're going to lose another one because now they only had 3, and those are gone now too. Yeah. Upon this, we came here to Maracaibo to see if you were here. And arriving at the entry of the lake, we shot off a gun for a pilot from the shore. Those on land, perceiving we were Spaniards, came willingly to us with a pilot and told us the English had taken Maracaibo and that they were now at the pillage, or that now they were pillaging Gibraltar. Don Alonso on this news made a handsome speech to the soldiers and mariners, encouraging them to their duty and promising to divide among them all they should take from the English. He ordered the guns we had taken out of the ship that was lost to be put into the castle and mounted for its defense, with 2 18-pounders more out of his own ship. The pilots conducted us into the port, and Don Alonso commanded the people on shore to come before him. He ordered them to repossess the castle and reinforce it with 100 men more than it had before it was taken. Soon after, we heard of your return from Gibraltar to Maracaibo, whither Don Alonso wrote you a letter giving you an account of his arrival and design, and exhorting you to restore what you had taken. This you refused, and renewed his promises to his soldiers and seamen that he would take you down. And having given a very good supper to all his people, he ordered them not to take or give any quarter, which was the occasion of so many being drowned, who dared not to crave quarter, knowing themselves must give none. 2 days before you came against us, a man came aboard Don Alonso's ship, telling him, "Be pleased to have great care of yourself, for the English have prepared a fire ship with desire to burn your fleet." But Don Alonso did not believe this. How can that be? How have they peradventure wit enough to build a fire ship? Or what instruments have they to do it withal? So he thought they were too stupid to pull it off, and didn't think that they had the stuff, the stuff to do it, even if they knew how. That's pretty crazy. That cost you your ass, didn't it? He looked down on the pirates and was like, "There's no way these half-wit motherfuckers know how to build a fire ship, and even if they did, where are they going to get the stuff for it?" Yeah, you fucked up, Don Alonso, because they burned your fucking ship with that fire ship. Yeah, and then your boys ran off like little bitches. This pilot, having relayed so distinctly these things to Captain Morgan, he was very well used by him, and after some kind proffers made to him, remained in his service. He told Captain Morgan that in the ship which was sunk there was a great quantity of plate to the value of 40,000 pieces of 8, which occasioned the Spaniards to be often seen in the boats about it. They're sending down Indian divers to try and recover their own gold that they sank in the ocean. Hereupon Captain Morgan ordered one of his ships to remain there to find ways of getting out of it what plate they could. Now he wants to fucking this dude is crazy as fuck. This dude is crazy as fuck. He's like, "We're gonna kill them. We're gonna rob that gold out of that fucking boat that sailed or that sunk in the water right there. We'll take their fucking Indian divers. You watch. We've got some too." That is unbelievable, man. You're going to have to empty that fort, though, for real. They said they ran up on it. Hereupon, Captain Morgan ordered one of his ships to remain there to find ways to get the plate out of the boat. Meanwhile, himself, with all of his fleet, returned to Maracaibo, where he refitted the great ship he had taken and chose it for himself, giving his own bottom to one of his captains. Okay, cool. So he gave his ship to one of his captains, and he took on this other great boat. Then he sent again a messenger to the admiral, who has escaped ashore and gone into the castle, demanding of him a ransom of fire for Mary. Here we go again. He's back to telling the guy, Don Alonso, "Hey man, you lost. You're fucked. Now I still want my ransom, or I'm gonna set Maracaibo on fire." So they're right back to square one with this bullshit. Which being denied, he threatened entirely to consume and destroy it. The Spaniards, considering the ill luck they had all along with those pirates and not knowing how to get rid of them, concluded to pay the said ransom, though Don Alonso would not consent. Hereupon they sent to Captain Morgan to know what sum he demanded. He answered that on payment of 30,000 pieces of eight and 500 cows, he wanted 500 beeves, he would release the prisoners and do no damage to the town. At last they agreed on 20,000 pieces of eight and 500 cows to victual his fleet. The cattle were brought the next day with one part of the money, and while the pirates were busied in salting the flesh, they made up the whole 20,000 pieces of eight as was agreed. But Captain Morgan would not presently deliver the prisoners as he had promised, fearing the shot of the castle at his going forth out of the lake. Okay, so he is kind of worried that the castle might still hit him with the guns on his way out. Hereupon he told them he intended not to deliver them till he was out of that danger, hoping thus to obtain a free passage. Bro, I don't think the Spanish are going to give a fuck if you've got hostages. You try to leave that lake, they're going to shoot you down. Then he set sail with his fleet in quest of the ship that he had left, to seek for the plate of the vessel that was burnt. He found her on the place with 15,000 pieces of eight got out of the work, besides many pieces of plate, hilts of swords, and the like. Also a great quantity of pieces of eight melted and run together by the force of the fire. Captain Morgan scarce thought himself secure, nor could he contrive how to avoid the shot of the castle. Hereupon he wished the prisoners to agree with the governor to permit a safe passage to his fleet. So he's telling the prisoners, he's like, you need to talk to your governor and tell them I've got you on board, and tell him that if he doesn't fucking let us go past, you're the ones that are going to die. And if I die, you die with me. He said, if you let us go through safe, I'll let you out. You know what I mean? I'll let you go free. Upon this, the prisoners met and appointed some of their fellow messengers to go out to the said governor, Don Alonso. These they went to him, beseeching and supplicating him to have compassion on those afflicted prisoners who were with their wives and children in the hands of Captain Morgan. Right? So he says, come on, man, you can't be fucking with this guy. They're telling the governor, they've got a bunch of men out there with their wives and children. We've got whole families on these boats, man. And they're all in the hands of Captain Morgan. You're going to have to just let everybody pass through safely. It says, to this effect, in the hands of Captain Morgan, and that to this effect he would be pleased to give his word to let the fleet out of pirates freely pass. So they said, you need to give your word that you'll let them go by. This being the only way to save both the lives of them that came with this petition. So they're saying it's the only way that we'll live, right? We're bringing you this message. They went to the governor and said, listen, man, the dude's going to kill us too. We're going to die too. Us and all the people they've still got over there, we're all going to die. All being equally menaced with the sword and gallows if he granted them not this humble request. But Don Alonso gave them for answer a sharp reprehension of their cowardice, telling them, if you had been as loyal to your king in hindering the entry of these pirates as I shall do their going out, you had never caused these troubles, neither to yourselves nor to our whole nation, which had suffered so much through your... Let's say that part runs off. I actually can't read that. So he's just calling them cowards in either case. That kind of, that's weird. It's an old book, so like this kind of runs off the page. He says, if you guys wouldn't have been punks and you'd have stopped them coming in the way that I'm going to stop them from coming out, he says, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Yeah. He says, in a word, I shall never grant your request, but shall endeavor to maintain that respect which is due to my king according to my duty. So he says, there's no way we're stepping down, bro. We're not backing down. We're not letting these guys just pass through. No fucking way. No fucking way. Thus the Spaniards returned with much consternation and no hopes of obtaining their request, telling Captain Morgan what answer that they had received. His reply was, "If Don Alonzo will not let me pass, I will find means how to do it without him." Hereupon he presently made a dividend of all they had taken, fearing he might not have an opportunity to do it in another place. If any tempest should rise and separate the ships, as also being jealous that any of the commanders might run away with the best part of the spoil, which then lay much more in one vessel than another. Thus they all have brought in according to their law. Okay, so he's like, we need to split the money up. He goes, if we fucking do get out of here, somebody might get sunk. There might be a big storm. We might get separated. We've got most of the treasure in one boat and some in another. He goes, but if people get separated or a boat gets sunk, the wrong boat gets sunk, he's like, there's going to be a lot of people end up with fucking nothing, and we can't have that. You know, he says some of these people could run off if they were so inclined. We got to split this money up and figure it out right now before we even try and leave this place. Right? And he says, we don't need problems with people getting jealous and stuff like that. Fuck that. We're pirates. We vote on everything together. All right. Thus they all brought in accordance to their laws and declared what they had, first making oath not to conceal the least thing. The accounts being cast up, they found to the value of 25,000 pieces of 8 in money and jewels, besides the huge quantity of merchandise and the hostages that they had, all which purchase was divided to every ship or boat according to her share. They didn't have very much left amongst them that needed to be divided. Yeah, that first town they took was like 250 grand. The dividend being made, the question still remained how they should pass the castle and get out of the lake. To this effect, they made use of a strategy as follows. The day before the night wherein they determined to get forth, they embarked many of their men in canoes and rowed towards the shore. They all rowed towards the shore, as if they designed to land. Here they hid themselves under branches of trees that hang over the coast a while, laying themselves down in the boats. Then the canoes returned to the ships, with the appearance of only 2 or 3 men rowing them back, the rest being unseen at the bottom of the canoe. So they're rowing out. Okay, so they're putting together a strategy where the Spanish will think that they're steady landing men near the castle. So they'll have a canoe with like 4, 5, 6 people row, and the Spanish can see them. They're watching them. They can see these canoes with 4 or 5, 6 people in them. They get up to the shore, and then they look again. And when these people are rowing back, there's only like 2 people in the canoe or 3 people in the canoe. So Spanish think that, each time they're dropping off 3 or 4 people, and they keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Meanwhile, you've just got a couple of the people that are laying down in the canoe, and they just can't see that from how far away they are. Okay, so it says they repeated that several times each day. This made the Spaniards think the pirates intended at night to force the castle by scaling it. This fear caused them to place most of their great guns on the land side together with their main force, leaving the side towards the sea almost destitute of defense. Well, we can see what's going on here. Captain Morgan put together a great strategy. He says, listen, man, if they think we're landing men on the lands, the side of their castle that has land and not the side that's facing the coast, if they think that we're actually landing hundreds of pirates on that side and we're going to try and take the castle and scale it, he goes, they're going to move all their cannon and all their guns and shit over to that side of the castle. Well, when they do that, they're not going to have any guns pointed at the water where the pirates are going to be rolling by to get out of the lake, right? It's actually pretty smart. Night being come, they weighed anchor, and by moonlight, without setting sail, committed themselves to the ebbing tide which gently brought them down the river till they were near the castle. Being almost over against it, they spread their sails with all possible haste. The Spaniards, perceiving this, transported with all speed their guns from the other side of the fort and began to fire very furiously at them. But these, having a very favorable wind, were almost past danger before any of those from the castle could hurt them, so that they lost few of their men and received no considerable damage in their ships, being out of the reach of the guns. Captain Morgan sent a canoe to the castle with some of the prisoners, and the governor thereof gave them a boat to return to their own homes. But he detained the hostages from Gibraltar, because the rest of the ransom for not firing the place was still yet unpaid. Just as he departed, Captain Morgan ordered 7 great guns with bullets to be fired against the castle, as if it were to take his leave of them. But they answered not so much as with a musket shot. So they made it through. They made it past, man. It's pretty amazing. Through the strategy that they formed, they tricked them into thinking that they were going to have a land raid. That they were landing hundreds of pirates throughout a couple of days on the shore. So they started moving all of their guns to that side of the fort. And then by the time they figured out, so they didn't even have their sails open. They were just letting the ebb and flow, the tide of this river that led out to the ocean. They just let the tide take them out. And once they started getting close to the fort, then they kicked their sails open full. So they got such a favorable gale, they were able to get the fuck out of range quick, so that they weren't able to shoot them. And they actually got away. They actually got out of there. Yep. Next day after, they were surprised with a great tempest, which forced them to cast anchor in 5 or 6 fathoms of water. But the storm increasing compelled them to weigh again and put out to sea, where they were in great danger of being lost. For if they should have been cast on shore, either into the hands of the Spaniards or the Indians, they would certainly have obtained no mercy. At last, the tempest being spent, the wind ceased, to the great joy of the whole fleet. While Captain Morgan made his fortune by these pillagings, his companions, who were separated from his fleet at the Cape de Lobos to take the ship spoken of before, endured much misery and were unfortunate in all of their attempts. Being arrived at Savona, they found not Captain Morgan there, nor any of their companions. Nor had they the fortune to find a letter which Captain Morgan at his departure left behind him in a place where in all probability they would have met with it. Thus, not knowing what course to steer, they concluded to pillage some town or other. They were in all about 400 men, divided into 4 ships and 1 boat, being ready to set forth. They constituted an admiral among themselves, being one who had behaved himself very courageously at the taking of Portobello, named Captain Hansel. This commander attempted the taking of the town of Camana on the continent of Caracas, nigh 60 leagues to the west of the Isle of Trinidad. Being arrived there, they landed their men and killed some few Indians near the coast, but approaching the town, the Spaniards, having in their company many Indians, disputed the entry so briskly that with great loss and confusion they were forced to retire to the ships. At last they arrived at Jamaica, where the rest of their companions who came with Captain Morgan mocked and jeered them for their ill success at Camana, often telling them, "Let us see what money you brought from Camana, and if it be as good silver as that which we bring back home from Maracaibo." Nice. Well, that's the end of chapter 12. I think it's a good place to stop until our next episode. Some pretty wild adventures with Captain Morgan tonight, for sure. Taking of Gibraltar and Maracaibo and going back and forth with these different governors and outsmarting them and punking them the fuck out. And escaping the lake, through strategy. First, they sunk those 3 men of war, right? They sunk, or I'm sorry, 2 of them. They sunk one with the pirate ship. The other one they sunk themselves because they ran like bitches, and it had a bunch of gold on it that Captain Morgan stole after they fucking sunk the boat because he's a gangster like that. And then they stole the 3rd boat. That shit was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like real pirating, man. Pirate's life for me, For real. Yeah, foolish flock. Captain Morgan was fucking awesome. And we're only KD, no, that was Maracay. They're like basically like Venezuela. Yeah, they're all that stuff tonight in this chapter was all right on the like the coasts of Venezuela. Yeah, Maracaibo, Caracas. Yeah. Yeah, Captain Morgan was fucking awesome. Yeah, Captain Morgan didn't operate in Africa, KD. Captain Morgan operated in the Caribbean and off the coast of South America. The farthest he went is when they, we're going to get to in the later chapters, is when they crossed the Darien, the Isthmus of Darien, the jungle of Darien, into Panama, when they took Panama. And they took Panama 2 different times. Yeah. But yeah, Captain Morgan was out of Jamaica. That's literally where he was taken in servitude. He sailed out of England at like 14 because he didn't want to be a farmer like the rest of his family. And he was a trained swashbuckling sword fighter. He was very, very good with a sword. And he wanted adventure. That's what he wanted. He wanted adventure. He wanted to see the world. So he fucking left his house at 14, went down to the docks, and pledged himself to a boat, put himself into a servitude. They took him to Jamaica. He worked his time on the farms until he was old enough to go out pirating, man. That's exactly what he did when he finally got released from his indentured servitude, his contract. He went down to the docks and he joined the Brethren of the Coast, and he became a pirate. And he was infamous even then as a young man with his sword play. And he would teach grown men to sword fight. He would teach crews of pirates to sword fight. And then, yeah, eventually he split off with a few guys he was really good friends with. They bought a ship. They made him captain. And he was instantly successful until he got noticed by some of the older successful pirates that had retired and were retiring. And they decided to take him along on one last big hurrah, one last big bang. And while they were out on that one last big bang, the guy in charge died, and Captain Morgan became in charge of an armada of pirates. And he led them through. And he made them very successful, so that when he got back to Jamaica, from then on, all he had to do was put out the call, and hundreds of pirates. Like we said, he left with almost 1,000 pirates after he put out that call, and for everybody to meet him at the Isla de la Vaca, right, or the Cow Island off the coast of Haiti. He put that call out, and almost 1,000 pirates showed up, right? And that's fucking insane. And they went out pirating, bro. And they got split up. They were talking about they didn't see those dudes when they got split up. 450 of them just disappeared. 7 ships worth of people just disappeared. In a big storm. And they didn't see them again until they got back to Jamaica after all of that stuff they went through with the Spanish. They were 500 pirates at that point, ransacking and pillaging and torturing, taking everything they wanted, giving nothing back. And that shit is for real, because Captain Morgan told that fucking guy Don Alonso at the mouth of the Lake of Maracaibo. He told him, he said, "I'm not giving up anything. I'm not surrendering anything. I'm damn sure not fucking giving up any of this money. So you go fuck yourself. We're getting the fuck out of here." You know, and they built a fire ship and they burnt Don Alonso, the admiral. They burnt his ship straight down. The other people ran like bitches, and they said, "You know what, man? We've got a bunch of money on our ship." He said, we've got a bunch of gold plate, like gold bars and shit, bullion on our ship. We don't want the pirates to get it, so let's sink it, and we'll come back and get it later." And Captain Morgan figured out that was what was on the boat. Yep, he sent boats full of pirates to shoo them off the wreck and steal the fucking gold for himself. Yep, then he fooled them into thinking they were going to make a land raid so that they would put all the guns on one side of the fort ready for a fight. And then they just sailed right past those bitches. Gave up nothing. Gave up fucking nothing. Take it easy, JS. We'll see you again soon, man. Let's take a look at the chat real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, let's go grab a smoke real quick. And we're through with that chapter. We'll do chapter 13 on the next episode, probably next week. Yeah, they were foolish, Flock. They were seriously tough. Unbelievably tough. They sure were, man. And they just didn't give a fuck. Yeah, they're like victory or death. That's it. Victory or death. All of these stories are like 400 pirates versus, 1,000 Spanish. Or the Spanish are in a castle filled with cannons, and all these dudes have on them is muskets and swords. And somehow they still prevail. They make grenades, they make fireballs, or fire bombs, whatever the fuck. Yep. Build ladders and scale them and get over the walls and bomb them with their own shit. And like, it's just crazy, man. These stories are unbelievable. And you can't beat it. It's a first-hand account. This guy was there. This guy, John Esquemeling, he was there for all this shit. He was in Maracaibo. He was in Gibraltar. He was in fucking Caracas. He was on these ships with Captain Morgan as the barber surgeon. Yeah, Foolish Flock. We'll be on Friday, man. We're on every Friday at 10:30. Every Friday, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, we do the Skull Bro Show. Depending on what happens with if anything like magnificent happens tomorrow with the Diddy trial, if there's any like crazy stuff that comes out, we might do I might do a hell chat tomorrow night, but I'm not expecting it to. I think we'll probably end up covering it on Friday as part of our normal show. Yeah, I hear you, KD. Yeah, right on, Foolish Lock. Yeah, once every blue moon. We used to try and do it like once a month, and we were pretty on top of it. But now it's like once every blue moon, we'll do the Skull Bro Show over on MRE's channel. But I still post it on my community tab, and MRE still posts it, so you'll see it. Yeah, KD, the testimony's been sick, but Um, I can cover it all on Friday, like unless something crazy happens tomorrow. Because if you've been watching it, you know what I mean. Like it's just been like people corroborating like shit that's already been said that I've already kind of talked about. And I don't want to do like a full on TMZ coverage of the trial, just the more outlandish stuff, you know. But we're still going to be doing P Diddy's Pool House every, Friday while this is going on as part of the Skullbro show. We'll still be covering the trial. But last week, like I did the first day, or me and Emery and I did the first day, and then I did day 3 because we were still having like all that crazy shit come out. And then Friday we did it on the Skullbro show. We had even more crazy shit that had come out on Thursday and Friday. But so far they've had like that cop that raided his house. They had that lady that also got assaulted, hit with that fucking hanger and all that stuff. And then like people corroborating the story for her. They had that guy that like, they overworked his personal assistant, I believe, David James or whatever it was. Yeah, so we'll probably do it on Friday. I got you, Foolish Lock. Well, I did one on Wednesday, and then we covered it again on Friday. Yeah, Katie said you're lucky, Foolish Lock, for not paying attention. It is really, really, really sick. And yes, KD, some seriously just Fagione, straight up Fagione, man. Oh, Foolish Flock. It's so bad, dude. It's so gross, man. Agreed, KD. Yeah, it's so gross, man. It's very foul and like sadistic behavior. It's bad. Yeah, it's real, real, real bad. But yeah, like I said, we'll see what comes up. I know they've still got a couple more prostitutes. I know that they're talking about One Stop. I'm expecting him to pop up at some time. Um, that'll be very interesting, actually. But they've got a couple more prostitutes. They've got a couple of more victims to talk to. They're going to be talking to Cassie's mom. She's supposed to come up tomorrow. Actually, I think she might have started today because they were talking about how Diddy extorted her parents out of 20 grand and then returned the money. Oh, Kid Cudi is supposed to be testifying also. So, like, when those things happen, depending on what they say, I might, if any of them pop up tomorrow and they've got some interesting, like, shit to drop, some more, like, bombs to drop, I might cover it tomorrow. If not, we'll cover it Friday. And depending on what happens, I might still do a hell chat anyway. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I wanted to do this pirate thing tonight, though. So I ended up with some time. I've been wanting to keep this going until I get through all the stories I want to tell. We've still got a bunch of chapters left in this firsthand account that we're reading of the guy that was there. And then we've got another, like I said, there's 4 books total that I want to use. And they're all pretty much firsthand knowledge of things that happened. 2 of them are firsthand accounts. Well, 3 of them are firsthand accounts. One's just mixed with a lot of science. William Dampier. Hang on one second. So yeah, 3 of them are like you read through them as life stories. One's just really short, and ties. They all tie into each other. That's the coolest thing about Lionel Wafer, John Esquemeling, and William Dampier. Those three knew each other. They were on these fucking boats together. They were in these battles together. They were all there for Panama. It's really amazing. When you read Lionel Wafer, though, his is a short story, right? So John Esquemeling, his firsthand account that we're going through now, is the longest story. Like, he tells that entire part of his life. Every captain he sailed with, every raid they did, all their rules, their histories, like all that stuff. That's the one firsthand account we have of everything. Then we have Lionel Wafer. His is a short story. When the pirates crossed the Isthmus of Darien to go to Panama, they raid Panama. On their way back across the isthmus to get back to their ships, Lionel Wafer gets injured, and he ends up living with the Indians of Darien for an entire year. It's fucking amazing. And then he tells that whole story. He wrote out that whole thing. So that's a firsthand account of that. From him marching in the isthmus to living with them for a year, and then how he finally broke free from that and made it back to the pirates. William Dampier was there when Lionel Wafer made it back to the shore a year later. It's fucking unreal. So you get Lionel Wafer's take, and then when you read William Dampier's books, you get his side of the story, which is really cool. Like, so when you read Esquemeling, which is what we're reading now, The Pirates of Panama, and you read Dampier, you get two different sides to a lot of these battles, or these raids, because they were there for a lot of the same shit, and they knew each other really well. Matter of fact, William Dampier was also there on the island when John Esquemeling died. And he was very, very, very sad and torn up about it. He was really fucked up about it. We're going to get through all of this stuff eventually. That's why I'm going to keep this series going. I've been trying to do, like I say, at least like once a week. I've been trying to make my way through them. But William Dampier's tales are like, you have to kind of, there's a lot more to skip through. His stories are amazing. He's the first person to circumnavigate the globe 3 times. He described a lot of things for the very first time to what at that time would have been like your current reader, you know, the people that were really involved in different sciences. And he came to be, I mean, really fucking world acclaimed. That guy as a scientist, he studied all kinds of currents and figured things. He was a map maker, and yeah, he was just an amazing guy. But like I said, there's a lot to skip through there, but there are some amazing firsthand accounts of pirating in his books also. So we'll make it through all of them. We've still got a bunch of chapters left in Pirates of Panama, John Esquemeling's story, and his sailings with Captain Morgan. That's like the bulk of the rest of the book. And then I think we'll move on to the general history of the pirates, which are more stories told by people that were there. They're just more assorted, you know, so we'll get through it. Yeah, we'll get through all that stuff. Yeah, Katie, I think you and I spoke about that briefly on the first episode that I did. We were talking about Johnson with the general history of the pirates, and he was a map maker that came in contact with a lot of these buccaneers and pirates for purposes of making his maps of different places, and they would tell him all of these stories, and a lot of them were illiterate, so he would write them down, and once he had enough of them, he wrote the general history of the pirates, and he wrote down all of these firsthand account tales from these pirates of the different raids they were on and the different captains that they served under and stuff. So that'll probably be the next book that we do after we get through general history of the pirates. We'll go ahead and we'll do, I'm sorry, once we get through Pirates of Panama, we'll probably do general history of the pirates, and then we'll go through, like, I think Lionel Wafer because it's short, and then we'll do William Dampier. But we've still got another, like, I don't know, I have to look, but I think probably like 10 chapters, something like that. I'm not sure, KD. Voices of the Past. I remember you mentioned that to me before, and I told you it was like, it sounded vaguely familiar. I think so. I think I have been by that channel. And I told you that one I like is called In Our Time. That's a source for all things like science and history and all kinds of cool, like Greek, just really literature in general, with some of the brightest minds in the world. You know, some of the most high held like professors in the world and stuff like that. They get together for these talks that they do, and it's all audio. It's a BBC show, BBC radio specifically, and it's called In Our Time. And they have just a multitude of subjects that you can go through because they've been doing radio shows for years and years now. It's crazy what books ended up being most relevant to people of today from back then. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this stuff's rare, you know, until you really, really go digging deep. Most people don't even know that John Esquemeling existed, let alone that we have a true long form firsthand account of these pirates that people, you know, that have been Disneyfied. That's why I say a lot of these tales you'll never hear unless you read this stuff yourself. But the ones that you do hear about, or the groupings of the pirates that you hear about and the way that they're portrayed, and it's very Disneyfied. You know, when you get into the nitty gritty of it, you find out just how brutal these guys were. They did not fucking play games, man. They did not fucking play games at all. They were brutal, and they would torture people for days until they made sure that they got every last dollar out of that town and the surrounding forest. And you know, that's why they always put towns to ransom. That's why I said, like, they will come in, they'll rob the fucking town of everything, you know, that got left behind, everything that they can find. They'll steal all the gold and all the gold plate and stuff like that. But then they go searching through the woods looking for the people that made it away, you know, and they will go look. They know you've hidden things, right? So if they don't find the stuff that's been hidden, they find the people and they torture them until they tell them where they put the shit or where the people went that took the shit. Once they're satisfied that they can't find any more that way, then they tell the people, listen, man, you're going to have to come up with X amount of dollars or we are going to burn this city straight to the ground. That was just their way of making sure these people gave them absolutely everything, you know, before they moved on to the next city to do the same thing. But that's why these books are so important, you know, and it's so important to like really, really deep dive a subject if you're into it, you know, really, really get into it. Go looking for the rare parchments, you know, that have been scanned into a fucking library in another country. Translate it, be nerdy, you know, get about your business. Like if you want to know the truth about stuff, the closest to the source you can get, the better off you are. And, you know, when you see things in books or you see a source in a book, that's how I find stuff. You know, a lot of times, like I'll be reading a book that I really like. I finally found like some really, really old manuscript or an old pamphlet or something like that. And then there's a source in there and I will look up that source, right? Find the sources that gave you that. And you just kind of keep working your way backwards. In this day and age, almost everything has been scanned into a library somewhere. Museums have little libraries that you can use where they put certain things and you can check them out. There's all kinds of free projects. Like I mentioned tonight, Gutenberg is a great one. They have all kinds of really, really rare, old stuff of all subjects. Um, you know, they even have like really, really hard to find books that are usually very, 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 very expensive. And I mean very, I'll throw one more in there, expensive books to acquire. Like one of my favorite authors is a guy named Robert Dean Frisbee. Um, this is like the pirate show or whatever. I'm going to go on forever talking about stuff that didn't have to do. But maybe we'll get into some of my favorite authors and stuff another time. But Robert Dean Frisbee, his books are quite rare, and there's only a couple of them that you can find in like paperback or what you would even consider a kind of affordable, right? Because they are so rare, they get very, very, very expensive. Luckily, a handful of them have been uploaded to some of these libraries. You know what I mean? That you can go on and read them in a PDF format. Now, you're not going to own the book. If you want to own the book, you're still going to have to pay through the nose. But there's a lot of books like that. That's just one example, that you can find in these online libraries and stuff. Books that normally would cost you a lot of money or are really, really hard to find. In some cases, you have to like literally go to certain libraries to see them if they wouldn't have scanned them in. There was cases of a couple of Robert Dean Frisbee books. Like, it's like, if you wanted to read them, you kind of had to go to a library in the Cook Islands. You know what I mean? Rarotonga, specifically the Library of Rarotonga, you'd have to actually show up there back in the day before, and they still haven't scanned all of them. You still do have to go to that library if you want to check out a couple of these books without having to cough up the thousands of dollars to own them. But they have slowly been scanning them in. And that's just like one point. Like I'm saying, there's many, many, many authors and many, many books that are like that are hard to acquire, hard to come by. You can absolutely use the internet as a resource for. Oh, wow. Katie says the courts are trying to stop us from seeing some of these books online. Yeah, that's messed up, man. Yeah, that's bullshit. I hate to hear stuff like that. There's no reason for that. They just started cracking down on scanned book libraries in the last few years. Yeah, that's bullshit. Especially if you know your books are super rare, super hard to come by, even harder to acquire. Yeah, but Robert Dean Frisbee's an amazing writer. The short version on him was back in the 1920s. He had fought for America. I think it was World War I think he was in, and he developed some pretty nasty lung problems. And a doctor told him at the time, like, you need to get away from the rat race. You need to get away from the city. You need to go live here. You need to go live there. This is how you have to live from now on, and take care of yourself. And he was like, you know what, man, I'm going the fuck off the grid. I'm tired of people. I'm done with everybody. I'm out of here. And in like 1920, I want to say it was like 1920 exactly, he stepped onto an old steamliner and went into the South Pacific. And he slowly started working his way through on like freighters and on anybody's sailboat that would have him, and he started slowly making his way through all these out of the way islands in the South Pacific. And he writes about all of this, all of his experiences and stuff. And then he finally makes it through into the Cook Islands, because like when he takes the steamliner, I believe he gets off in Tahiti. It's like 1920. He steps off the steamliner, and his very first book. All of his books are his life story. I think he wrote 2 that were fiction, but the rest of his writing is all his life. And his first book, he steps off the ship in Tahiti in 1920. And he's just like ready to disappear into the South Pacific. He eventually gets a job with one of these companies that stocks little stores on these islands. Like every few months they'll send a freighter by some of these islands, and it's the only way you get to some of these islands are on these freighters, unless you have a yacht. And some of those islands in the northern group of the Cook Islands are still like that. That's like some of my, man, I fucking dream about going to some of those northern group Cook Islands, bro. That would be like a life dream for me. But yeah, man, eventually he gets a job with one of those companies that stocks all those little shops, and he's the guy that runs the store, and he lives on these little islands with these people. And he gets to a place called Puka Puka. It's one of the most beautiful atolls you'll ever see in your fucking life, man. You can look it up like right now, Puka Puka, Cook Islands. It's one of the most beautiful atolls ever. And he ends up living there for a long time. He gets married. He has children. Dude, there's a massive storm where they have to like tie their kids to the fucking palm trees. The water and the wind was so bad it literally washed part of the island down to the coquina rock, or down to the foundations of the it's not coquina, like down to the foundations of the an atoll is the rim of an ancient volcano. That's what an atoll is. So when you see these atolls from an airplane shot or from above, it's just like the ocean, deep dark blue ocean, and then this small little ring of land. And a lot of times they're broken up into little islands, right? And then in the middle of that, there's a big lagoon that's like crystal clear. That's what an atoll is. That little rim of land is the rim of the ancient volcano that's sunk below the ocean. And people live on these atolls. They're all over the South Pacific, mainly. Only in they're all over the Pacific. Dude, the storm was so fucking bad that it literally took all the sand away from part of this island until it was just like that bare rock top of the volcano. Like there was no land left. There was just like some trees that were like sticking out of waist deep water. Parts of the place where it's crazy. But yeah, some of his writings are my favorite, and they were like really hard to get a hold of. Some of them. I've been lucky enough to get a hold of some, like I said, a couple of them come in like paperback. If you're patient enough, you'll get used copies. One of them I think might still be in print. I think that is the first one, the Book of Puka Puka, that might still be in print. If not, you can buy a used copy, usually paperback. And then there's a couple more that I have, but after that, they get really expensive, really stupid fucking expensive. But all right, guys, I appreciate everybody coming through tonight for the little pirate and buccaneer talk. I enjoy going through the stories. It's some of my favorite stories to read. I hope everybody that was listening tonight enjoyed the tales. I hope everybody that listens to this later enjoys the tales. And, click the like button, leave a comment, all that kind of stuff. Maybe let me know what you think about some of the raids or some of the things that Captain Morgan did, or just the stuff they pulled off in general. Anything you took away from the stuff we were talking about tonight, or the tales we told. Let me know what your favorite part was, or something that stuck out to you. If you want, we can talk about it. Like I said, if you're listening tonight or if you're listening later. And we'll have episode 4. I'm trying to do one every week, so we'll probably be back next week. Who knows what day I'll have time to pop on, but we will do it in either case. And I appreciate it again, everybody that came through, and I hope you have a great night and a great day. We'll see you soon. Later.